Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need her. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk, bitch. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Man made the train to carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to kick us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7-no-meter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy because man makes them joy. But after man make everything he can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world. But
Greetings, Black family. Greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Che and Kruma. I'm joined with my other host, Lady Che. And we should be joined here shortly with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which we had a dynamic show again today, earlier this evening. We were joined with the one and only Sarge and our good Black Panther brothers, Donna Mike and Sheik Akbar, and our new brother Pete. So it was a very interesting show, but we are on to the Frontline Black News now, and this is season 4, episode 28, continuation of the Frontline Black News, and we'll be discussing several topics. The first topic is President Biden once again went live to cut away from VP Kamala Harris. Ooh. Interview on The View. He said, "What's your email?"
Hold on. I'm sending it. Somebody's sending it. It's coming from Brandy Lope.
It's Brandy Lope.
I'm resending it.
Okay.
I'm resending it.
Then we got Magic Johnson endorses Kamala berates black men. We did cover this yesterday, but I want y'all to hear Professor Black's truth take on it. So I'm gonna play that, and then we got Kamala Harris and Ron DeSantis, or as Sabaka calls him, Ron the Panties. Your governor, Kahari, trade words after he is accused of refusing her calls. Then we got Marjorie Taylor Greene claims Democrats created Hurricane Helene. Then we got Black Trump supporters jumped at rally by white dumpster supporters. The dumpsters or the Trumpsters streamed, "They not like us." He said, "I don't like my governor." I don't blame you. I don't like him either. I don't like my governor either. VP Kamala Harris finally pressed on the border and being handed the Democratic nomination without votes. Oh, she finally admits that this was not a democratic process that put her in the position that she's in. Yeah, I don't I don't know them. He literally said that Florida was where woke goes to die, and now he getting hit by 2 major hurricanes back to back. Then we got and he's trying to take slavery off the history books. The dude is just bad news. Like, VP Kamala Harris falls apart. The 60 Minutes interview that revealed her weakness. Then should Black Americans take sides in others' wars? And then last but certainly not least, we got our unhoused neighbor news, our illegal migrant news, our unhoused neighbor sweeps, and our illegal migrant sweeps. So those are the topics for tonight. Thank y'all for tapping in. He said, "What did your niece say?"
It's time to get back to my email first. Because that's all I want to talk about.
He said he got the email.
Good. Read it.
Okay.
I'll look at the link first, read it, and then respond back to you. And then I'll answer his question.
Okay. Okay.
Other than that, I've been waiting forever for him to get back to me. I done sent it like 3 times.
Well,
I've been sitting here for what? Forever. Like, low.
well, maybe he don't have the best connection.
Just stop Kate because.
Not everybody has
Stop Kate because.
top of the line internet. Cause
you gotta say nobody can. Get out of the show.
oh my God! So President Biden once again went live to cut away from VP Kamala Harris interview on The View. So there's some distancing going on here.
It's everywhere. It's contagious.
It's contagious. Okay. Oh my God, Ron Isley.
Contagious.
Oh my God.
Everybody just separate. For the best. Yeah.
Y'all hear Lady Tracy off the chain.
Separate from each other. Everybody okay.
She off the meat rack, y'all. I had to find it first before I could share it, Lady J. That was the point. Oh, he said he does have a good connection. It's just your connection. I don't think it's her connection, but We'll see.
You know what? I'm gonna take that tangent back because I do no more.
Well, tonight on the podcast, ladies and gentlemen, Vice President Kamala Harris and President Joe Biden is just really not seeing eye to eye these days. And let me say why I say that. Well, you remember a few days, like last week or so, where she was going on the campaign trail and he went to the White House, press room, right? And he went do a press conference with the media, just impromptu. And then media cut away from her to go to him. Very interesting. While she was talking about the hurricane. Then he did it again, just I think the other day. So while she was about to go on with the live on The View, he did it one more time to her. Let's go ahead and check that out.
The risk of political figures sharing misinformation during this time.
The pastor's prologue is real. The fact of the matter is, I think we have, I've been able to contact all the governors. They are sticking up for what they've asked for, they're pointing out. They're satisfied with everything they're getting. But I can't speak for others on the internet. And I mean, just look, those who do it to try to damage the administration. Well, we can take care of ourselves. But it misleads people. It puts people in circumstances where they panic, where they really, really, really worry. They think we're not being taken care of. And it really is, it's going to sound, I'm using an old phrase, it's un-American. It really is. People are scared to death. People know their lives are at stake. All that they've worked for, all that they own, all that they value. And it's just, anyway.
Now, you notice that this was actually on ABC. The network that plays The View is ABC. So if you remember during the debate with Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris, and he had made a statement saying that Biden doesn't really like her. He hates her. And I'm really starting to believe that, because think about it. After they pushed him out, you didn't see Biden much at all. People were like, where is Biden? Like, well, you see him pictures on him on the beach with his wife, and everything. You haven't seen much of him. Then all of a sudden now, almost toward the end of this campaign in October for her, right? Now all of a sudden he's just doing these news conferences. He popping up. He's saying this, he's saying that. Now, he's not on the campaign trail with her. He's not trying to assist her. Dr. Jill Biden is not out there with her to say, hey, you got to vote for Kamala. No. I really believe that Dr. Jill Biden is helping to coordinate some of this pettiness. There also was a report that with the day that President Biden did the press conference, that Kamala's staff and Jill Biden's staff got into a little, they say it was kind of physical. I don't know if it's a pushing, I don't know, but clearly they were kind of going back and forth. So clearly Kamala and Biden is not on the same page. I said that I believe that man is upset, and he's not going to just, he tried to go along with it or whatever, but Kamala wasn't loyal. She wasn't loyal at all. She betrayed the man that actually got her in there for the job, right? I really believe he did not want her. I think, a lot of people said that he was looking at Gretchen Whitmer originally. I think maybe now we look at history, that probably been a better choice for him was Gretchen Whitmer, because maybe she'd have been more loyal, because Kamala sure isn't loyal. Kamala's an opportunist. She always been an opportunist. If you look at her history with Willie Brown and what she was doing back then, right? I mean, Kamala always thought about Kamala. She did not think about nobody else. She did whatever she had to do to get to the top. She don't care who she had to screw over or even screw. She didn't care about that. And clearly she's doing it now. And one thing that my grandmother always said is that you're not going to prosper like that, doing people wrong. She always said that to me. She said, look, even when people not looking, always do the right thing. He said, because God is watching. And he always it may not see at first. It may not look like he rewarding you for doing right. He He said, but he always gonna reward you, and I can tell you from personal experience, when it's plenty of times in your life you got to make a choice to do what's right and wrong, to have character, and I would tell you there's always been a better choice. It may be delayed gratification, but it's a gratification you're gonna need.
Right.
Doing people wrong, screwing people over, it always catches up with you in the end. It really do. Because just my personal opinion, I believe he is trying to do things to make her lose the election. And if I was him, I can agree with it. Why not? She didn't have your back. Why you gonna have hers?
Because you're not listening.
Right? So we'll see what's up. But yeah, it's trouble in paradise over there in the Biden-Harris administration over there. Well, like I said, I keep saying this. She should have said that, no, I'm sticking by Joe Biden. And if he bows out, I'm not taking that position. Let somebody else do it. And if I want to run for president, I'll do it in 2028. I'll do it then. There would have been a better look on her and a better look for her than the way she's doing it. Because she didn't even go through a primary. At least go through the primary so people can respect it. How are you going to respect somebody who's selected and not elected? And I'm talking about to become the nominee.
What?
And how is Democrats okay with that?
It's called loyalty.
Now, they always screaming democracy. We got to protect democracy. You're not even protecting democracy at this point.
That's not how that works.
You understand?
How does it work?
So
the president can't do it.
So, let's see what continues to happen, because it's October and she's trying to do a lot of interviews right now. And let's see how that work out, with these interviews, because she's a word salad lady, right? She don't have a whole lot of things to say. She is the Manchurian candidate, that's for sure. Look up what a Manchurian candidate is by definition. It's basically just a puppet, basically. That's why a lot of times I say she's an empty pantsuit, at least when it comes to these politics. She may be a funny person to talk to or whatever. She laughs all day, so that probably make you laugh being around her because she's laughing, but she do not need like I said, I'm not voting for her, but I don't see how anybody can vote for her because she can't even think on her own. When I saw that situation, that teleprompter, and she can't even think on her feet, how in the world are you going to be president?
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
You're down with the K-Hive.
Now, there's a lot of black men in here, and I don't mean to, not talk to other people, but this is important. Our black men, we got to get them out to vote. That's number one.
What did I say wrong?
Kamala's opponent promised a lot of things last time to the black community that he did not deliver on. And we got to make sure we help black men understand that. So that's why I'm here, to make sure I understand, help black men understand. First, get out and vote, and then vote for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
So, how are things going over at the Kamala Harris campaign? Apparently, they've got something on their mind. Their lack of black male voter support. And here they are dragging out Magic Johnson. We gotta help make sure black men understand that. Yeah, because black men are stupid, don't you know? Black men just aren't very bright. Black men need their betters, like some washed-up has-been basketball player to tell us what our interests are. We need somebody to educate us on politics because we're just not smart enough to know for ourselves.
That's how it works.
I'm sorry, y'all. I don't know why she wants to be like this.
No, I don't want to be like anything.
She don't even know how this shit works.
No, you don't know.
No, you don't know how it works.
You don't.
That broad wasn't voted in.
It doesn't matter.
She didn't receive no votes.
Okay, so
and they didn't invoke the 20.
If he died,
if he died, they would have had to invoke the 25th Amendment. Do you know?
Be a vote.
Do you know anything about the 25th Amendment?
It wouldn't be a
vote. Do you know anything about the 25th Amendment?
Carry on, Jesse.
And do you know anything about the 25th Amendment?
I
Yes
do
or
know
no?
that if the vice president, if the president goes, it has to be somebody right there.
That's the 25th
then
Amendment.
They talk about it after.
They didn't invoke the 25th Amendment, though.
Nope, he dropped out of the race. What were they going to do?
He dropped out because they forced him out. That's not the same.
Not forcing him to drop
That's
out.
not the same thing. Who is y'all?
Everybody
I'm not a Democrat. I don't give a damn.
She's talking about Trump and him, so fuck him.
I don't give a damn about either one of them clowns.
I'm just saying. To be realistic. If you're gonna be talking shit, at least tell the truth about it.
Okay.
That's what happened.
Here's the truth about it. They had to debate. He fucking got smoked in the debate.
This is what happened.
The upper echelon of the goddamn Democratic Party forced him to step down. That's not the same thing.
And you're missing a vital piece of information. Right?
And they put Kamala up.
Before that, though.
She didn't even get no votes.
He had
they had a whole
million.
No. He had
90 million donated already. And they said they didn't want to lose that money. They were going to take it away from him.
That was the excuse that they used. And that's what I just said.
So
they forced him out.
Right? So what was he supposed to do? The Democratic Party don't want to lose that money. So she's next in line, right? So they said, go ahead, bitch. Before that, they didn't want her there, dude.
She's only next in line if the president dies.
He dropped out the race. He's still the president.
He was forced to drop out.
He just dropped out the race. He's still the president.
He dropped out he was forced to drop out the presidential race.
Right, but he's still the president.
Yes, until
the
January.
Transfer, yeah. He's still the president though.
Duh, but that's not the question.
Why is it a problem though?
What do you mean? Why is it a problem?
Somebody has to run the rest of the race.
Oh my god!
Right, the main horse broke his ankle. Somebody got to run the rest of the race. That's all that's about.
They could have picked anybody else. That was all 100 people they could have picked.
Really?
They picked her.
They didn't obviously.
Why they pick her?
Because she's next in line.
Next in line for what?
She's already in the administration. It's just common sense.
Yeah, and we haven't seen her for 3 years, cause.
That's what we say, but who knows?
That's what we say. That's what we know. When is the last time you seen her prior to her getting chosen to be the presidential candidate?
Check it out. I wouldn't believe the hype. If you learned anything in the last 4 months, you learned that it's all lies and misinformation on both sides. 10% of the actual news was early.
Oh my God, facts are misinformation, though.
You know?
Yes.
Facts. And where are you getting
facts from? She wasn't voted in. Exactly. That's a fact.
They don't have to vote her in.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
It's supposed to be a democracy.
No, they don't.
Oh my God, cuz that doesn't mean nothing. She still has to be voted in.
No,
she didn't go through the primary.
She didn't have to.
Yes, she did.
You didn't go through the primary?
Yes, I did. It's called the assembly. That's the same thing. Brandy, we had the assembly.
Anyway,
you don't even know what you're talking about. She's very ignorant about politics, cuz. So yes, you are, cuz. Yes, no, that's what it is. You don't even know how it works. That don't mean nothing if she was a vice president.
Democratic party's not gonna say, "Hey, fuck you, we don't want this."
They could have. They really could have.
They could have, but they don't have.
They told Biden to go screw him. She has no loyalty.
They don't have no loyalty.
And neither does
She's
she.
Just a party line to her.
Oh my God, and neither does she, cuz.
Right. Well, that's the choice you make when you choose up like that.
Oh my God.
That's the choice you make. It's the choice you make. But the Democratic Party was going to turn down $90 million. And then after that, she raised all kind of money after that.
So they say.
Right. Well, you want to believe the hype, right?
You want to believe the hype. You said she raised all this money, but she ain't got shit really to show for it.
Right. That's not on me.
So what's she doing? You don't want to keep bringing it up. I don't even know why you don't have no point to prove. The broad wasn't voted in. She didn't go through the democratic process of becoming a candidate.
I said Biden was the GOAT.
Oh my God.
Look at him. He's coherent, man.
The GOAT of what?
Sense. He's all,
oh my God.
Everything
he didn't make no sense during that debate, though.
Listen. You know what, cuz I hate for when you.
He didn't make.
You're so perfect.
He didn't make a lick of sense during that debate.
Mistakes. Like you're just so perfect. You are the special type.
Yeah, I'm one of those special types.
Everybody has a fucked up time, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you just went through a whole year of that.
Yeah.
Right or wrong?
Yes.
Are you not going through it now?
Yeah.
Okay, so why should you hold that against anybody else? That's kind of hypocritical, right? So
I'm not 82 years old.
No.
I'm not 81.
Okay, what's the difference?
What is hypocritical about the shit? You know what you signed up for, cuz. If you're going to run for political office, then get ready for all the smoke.
Oh, then,
I told you that from the get. Like yes, Brandy, I told you that when he first came in the picture. See, like this is my first rodeo, y'all. I ran for office for 3 times now.
So
one of those campaigns she was had no involvement with.
All right. Calm down. I'll calm down. We'll just agree to disagree.
Yeah, the politics couple is what we should name the show. Yeah.
Don't say that. Don't say that. That's not nice. Don't say that. That's not nice. You already don't say that. That's not nice.
He's just joking.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is. He put an LOL.
Don't say that
because you always want to argue with me. Because like this is ridiculous.
Because it's dumb. Because you just want to go with the narrative, but you don't want to see the whole picture.
What is your narrative?
No narrative, because I just said he was the GOAT. That's all I said.
The GOAT of what?
I just said it.
How's he a GOAT, cuz?
Listen to me.
You remember how many times he had to run for president?
Oh my God.
Do you know how many times he ran for president? Yes or no?
Listen to me. I said that because trying to be funny. I was being funny right there.
Okay, well,
because he's coherent. He's making sense. That's all I said. I was just being funny.
Okay.
You took it to a whole new level.
Okay, well, GOAT means greatest of all time, cuz.
No, I was just playing with you, cuz. Jesus, I was just joking.
Okay.
None of this shit is funny to me. You're not funny.
Okay, ha ha ha. Okay, can we move on now? Because it's like you just went all over.
You do whatever you want. It's your world, your show.
Okay, so Biden is getting revenge, like I said yesterday.
I wouldn't say it like that, because that's not what it is.
Well, that is what it is.
It isn't.
Okay, what is it? What is it, Lady Che? Since you know so much, you've been doing this for how long? You've been doing this for how long, cuz? You know more about politics than me.
If I'm the president,
what is it? What is it?
And you're the vice president.
Is it revenge or not?
Are we getting along right now?
No, we're not.
Oh,
so
there you have it.
Is it
happens, right?
Is it revenge or not? That's the question.
Am I doing anything vengeful to you?
Not yet.
No, I mean seriously. If I'm the president and you're the vice president, right? We just don't get along for a fucking moment or two. Am I doing anything spiteful or vengeful or petty?
No, but Biden is. Biden is, though. Biden is. What do you mean?
What did he do that was so upsetting?
Okay.
Because last week,
if you paid attention, I just played the clip.
Too low. But
that's not my fault, cuz.
That's not my fault.
It's not my fault. You have a hard time hearing.
However, this is like what was last week? Like 2 days ago when you did For Life Black News, it was Trump and Vance working along. Now it's her and him.
They were disconnected, meaning they were not on the same accord.
What is
that was
same shit, right?
Yeah, we're clearly not on the same accord.
Not us, them. Biden and her are not on the same accord, right?
No, they're interlocked. If you were paying any kind of attention to the damn press conference.
How is it vengeful?
Because he said, look.
That don't make any sense.
Okay.
If they're on the same, if they're tied in together.
That's what he said. That's what he said. That's what he said, Brandy. That's what he said. If you were paying attention, you would know. But you don't pay attention.
I'm sorry.
You just run off at the mouth.
Go ahead, Jesse. I'm sorry.
Listen.
Go ahead.
God damn, I gotta play this shit again.
You gotta play it again. I saw it already. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. You're right. I apologize. Press play.
No, because I gotta give them context to what I'm pressing play to.
I thought it was the other one.
Brandy.
I was Magic Johnson again.
Yes, Brandy. It's Professor Black Truth's take on it. Like I said, if you were paying attention at all when I went through the introduction.
All right, go ahead.
Jesus.
My fault. That's how we did it yesterday. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yes. So we did cover this briefly yesterday, but I wanted y'all to hear what Professor Black Truth had to say about this. So Magic Johnson endorses Kamala, whatever the hell her damn name is, and in the process, he berates black men.
Our black men, we got to get them out to vote. That's number one. Kamala's opponent promised a lot of things last time to the black community that he did not deliver on. And we got to make sure we help black men understand that. So that's why I'm here, to make sure I help black men understand. First, get out and vote, and then vote for the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
So, how are things going over at the Kamala Harris campaign? Apparently, they've got something on their mind. Their lack of black male voter support. And here they are dragging out Magic Johnson. We gotta help make sure black men understand that. Yeah, because black men are stupid, don't you know? Black men just aren't very bright. Black men need their betters, like some washed-up has-been basketball player, to tell us what our interests are. We need somebody to educate us on politics because we're just not smart enough to know for ourselves whether Kamala Harris is operating in our interests. We need somebody to explain it to us and to tell it to us, and most of all, we need to obey. Well, you can tell Magic Johnson stepped in it big time because even Simone Mammy Sanders knew that he had screwed up.
Do you think some people could read what Magic Johnson said the wrong way? Because I don't want them to read it the wrong way. Because I do think that he was coming from an authentic place, he himself. But
what would he have read wrong?
Well, because I say that because some people, I heard some folks yesterday after this aired, the clips came out. Yeah. Why is Magic Johnson trying to tell black men what to do? And I'm like, I didn't read it like that. But
now, when Simone Sanders, of all people, is saying, I can see how people might take that the wrong way, that's how you know you done messed up. After all, she works on the very same network that Tiffany Cross used to work for. Tiffany Cross was the one who infamously called herself lecturing black men to get in line. She thought she was going to order black men around. Why? Because she saw that black men were setting a trend in the black community. And part of her job as the bootlick for the white media is to make sure she can corral the Negroes and that she's able to show that she can get us all marching in the same direction that her white paymasters want us to march. That's her job. That's why she was on the payroll, because she's supposed to be doing that. She's supposed to be showing that she can lead us around by the nose. And when you have black men acting and thinking for themselves, she was terrified that this would become habit forming and that black women would get on board. And now they're starting to do so. This is an existential crisis for the bootlicks, because if they can't lead black folks around by the nose, then what does white power need them for? But Simone Sanders, although she was attempting for a hot minute to look like she had some sense, here comes Michael Steele showing why he's the only black male on the panel.
Well, if you're taking that defensive a posture, then that proves the point that I'm about to ask, because there is a black male problem right now in this race, and I'm just going to put it on the table and go there.
Black media problem.
There's a tension between black men and black women in this country that no one's really addressing, and it's manifesting in this race in a way that I think is concerning. And
this is a prime example of exactly what I call the incompetent operative class. The only point that's being proven is that Michael Steele is showing everyone exactly why he's not the head of the RNC anymore, because he would never talk about any of the Republicans' constituents like that. When he was the RNC chairman, he dang sure wouldn't dare. But here he is on MSDNC, and he's telling blatant lies about black men, recycling that old black men are sexist crap. This is supposed to be a black male saying this garbage. And this is how you talk when you know that you've lost. When you've already resigned yourself to the idea that black men have left the building and aren't coming back, why not talk trash openly? It's not as if you're going to offend black men to the point that they'll leave, because you've already done that. They're not saying a word about policy, because this isn't about doing anything for black voters at all. Black men or black women or just black folks in general. This is about getting black people to vote, but making sure that black voters don't get anything. That's the crucial point that they have to reach. It's not enough to merely get black votes. If that's what they wanted, they could do that very easily. What this is about is taking those disenchanted and disgruntled black voters and finding a way to get them to still vote, but to continue doing it for nothing. And if there's a segment of black voters who clearly aren't going for the okie doke, then insult them, talk down to them, call them names, but most importantly, don't say a word about doing anything for them, and definitely don't say what it is that these angry black voters are actually upset about. Don't say what it is that they are claiming is the reason that they're not going to vote for the Democrats. Don't do that, because we're not trying to signal boost that. We're just trying to make it seem as if, oh, these guys, they're just a bunch of idiots. They're just a bunch of fools. They're just a bunch of political morons. They need somebody to explain it to and make them understand, because they're just too dumb. I mean, this is what they talk about to black men, and then they wonder why black men don't want to vote for them. How condescending and insulting the scumbag Michael Steele and Magic Johnson are.
Right.
Now, there's a lot of black men in here, and I don't mean to, not talk to other people, but this is important.
Yeah, you got Magic Johnson saying he wants to address black men, but then he has to kowtow and apologize to everybody else because they're not supposed to even acknowledge black voters, and certainly not black men. And when he speaks about black men, what does he say? He says, we got to get them out to vote. He draws a clear distinction between black men and we. by whom he means the people who have to get black men to go vote. I mean, he's supposed to be a black man himself, allegedly. So why the hell is he saying we got to get black men to vote? He's telling some non-black group that they have to get black men out to vote. Remember what I told you about how America is a political plantation? And on a plantation, you have the plantation owners. That's the Republicans. They're the ones who speak up for the establishment. And then you have the slave catchers. That's the Democrats. I mean, just look at what that Donna Edwards woman said, saying that Kamala Edwards was bringing black men home.
Look, I think that I believe in what Shirley Chisholm said. Not so much about race as it is about gender, you know, and I don't think that what some black men, and it's not a lot because Kamala Harris has actually done an awful lot to bring black men home.
The Democratic Party is not home. The black community is. We don't live in either political party because we don't own either one of them. So it's not our home. But this is what I'd expect from a lifelong Democrat shill like this Donna Edwards woman. If any black people decide that they won't play along with this phony sham of a political choice that America claims to have, and black folks decide to just go their own way, then they send the Democrats to go and bring us back home. Yeah, back to the big house. Now, when's the last time or any time that you've seen them do this with any other group? Do you see them having some Hispanic actor or singer get in front of an audience and say, we got to get Hispanic men out to vote? We got to make them understand what's in their interest. Do you see them doing that with Asian men? They definitely wouldn't try that with Jewish male voters or with white men or even white women for that matter. If there's one constituency the Democrats do need to spend their time dragging to the polls and wagging their fingers at, it should be white women. But they don't dare lecture them. Seems that they're worried that if they tried that, it might be condescending and off-putting to white female voters, so they don't want to do that. But with black voters in general and black men in specific, it's never the wrong time to wag their fingers at us and never the wrong place to call themselves calling us out and telling us what we better do and talking down to us like we're stupid.
Kamala's opponent promised a lot of things last time to the black community. That he did not deliver on.
What did Biden promise us?
We got to make sure we help black men understand that.
And you can tell the DNC memo was sent out because Magic Johnson began lecturing black men that we owe it to Kamala Harris to vote for her because Trump didn't deliver on his promises to the black community. Now, do you notice the verbal sleight of hand that he did? Johnson was lecturing black men, but when talking about Trump, he switched to the black community. Notice that? Oh, where is Vivica Fox at when you need her? Now, first of all, what promises did Trump make to any person in the black community? Did he make any promises to the black community at all? I don't recall any. Do you? So Trump made no promises to us, and he kept his word. Magic Johnson, however, claims that Trump didn't keep his promises, but he doesn't even name one of these alleged broken promises. You can't break a promise you never made, Magic. Now, if you want to talk about broken political promises, Magic Johnson, I can give you a few, and they all come from Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Here's just a few. He announced that he suddenly realized he just didn't have time for a White House-level police accountability commission, and that Congress should handle it. Nancy Pelosi was Speaker of the House because black voters made her so, but we never heard about that Police Accountability Commission ever again. And none of these black celebrity shills like Magic Johnson has asked any questions about it either. Biden and Harris also promised a so-called Lift Every Voice plan, which was basically another Democrat lift all boats scam. Same old grab bag of DNC giveaways to immigrants, white women, and the LGBT community, but nothing for black people. Nothing except hollow words. And what became of that do-nothing policy? Nothing. That's what. And then there was the John Lewis Voting Rights Act that they promised, which never happened. Biden and Kamala promised a George Floyd Policing Act, but nothing came of that either. Biden said that he would have black people's backs. But instead, as soon as he took office, he ran straight to the police and told them he was on their side. He even went to the Supreme Court to argue on their behalf to weaken Miranda protections. And that's why for every year since the Biden-Harris administration took over, police killings of black citizens have only gone up every single year of their administration, with 2024 set to be the highest year yet. So that's what's happened with the promises that Biden and Harris made. They broke every single one of them. So if Magic Johnson wants to talk about broken promises on the campaign trail, great. But it's not Trump who made a bunch of promises and didn't keep them. It's the same Kamala Harris who Magic Johnson is endorsing today who broke all of her promises. And they had him in Michigan doing this mess, and he's there because Democrats apparently remember how Hillary Clinton totally ignored Detroit in 2016, figuring that black voters would just automatically vote for her because, well, they'd be too scared of the orange man. Instead, black people stayed home. So I guess at least one of those brain-dead advisors for the Democrats must have figured out that without Michigan, they won't win the election. And this is their pathetic idea of black voter outreach, lecturing black men, talking down to black men. Because while Magic Johnson's talking about Trump not keeping his promises, he's not saying what Kamala Harris is even promising to black men or to the black community in general, for that matter. Magic Johnson's supposed to be a black man, but more than that, he's a sports figure, and that's the reason the DNC decided to bring him in to sell the soap for Kamala. The idea being, I guess, that black men are supposed to be simple-minded and only think about tennis shoes and sports. So if they bring in this has-been to lecture us, then we'll listen to him because, well, I guess because he won an NBA championship? Magic Johnson doesn't say a word about policy. Obviously, he doesn't know anything about it, and he doesn't care. He's made his pile of money, and that's all that matters. He doesn't say what policies Kamala's pushing that he's so enthused about, because apparently he hasn't actually looked at the planks of her political platform. So this is just the predictable hot air from a blowhard. But why are the Democrats putting Magic Johnson out in front of the cameras for something like this? Why aren't they sending, I don't know, the nominee herself maybe to come and speak to black men? After all, she's the one running for office, not Magic Johnson. But they don't dare send her out because they know that she doesn't have any credibility. And that's the problem. Kamala Harris can't come and talk to black men because we've entirely rejected her. The black media's exposed her and all of her little tricks. Her little would-be barber shop chats haven't fooled anyone. Some cherry-picked Negroes who you've already got on the take, and these fools aren't going to ask any tough questions or bring any demands, that's not fooling anyone. We have damaged Kamala Harris so much now, she can't even get out there and push her own propaganda. At least the orange man had the nerve to get in front of the cameras and say, "What do you got to lose?" Kamala Harris hasn't even done that much. What this proves, though, is that no matter how brave a front that the Democrats try to put up, they know that the black media is educating black folks about what's really going on. And after years and years of bragging about how much they don't need black men, the Democrats are beginning to slowly realize they do if they want to win. I can only imagine how bad Kamala's internal polling must look for her to have to do something this desperate. This means she has a gap in her voter support large enough where it can't be ignored. And Magic Johnson, while I'm sure that you're very pleased with yourself for carrying water for the Democrats, I got worse news for you. More and more black women are turning their backs on Kamala too. More and more black women are seeing through the scam. They're seeing through the lies. And they're also following black men's lead and demanding to know what's in it for us if we vote for you. Now let's get the obvious part out of the way. Magic Johnson is clearly shilling for Kamala. This is the latest in an endless string of examples of why we don't trust black celebrities. These are sellouts, period. And when it comes to politics, we don't listen to them at all. And speaking of people we don't listen to,
joining me now, W. Kamau Bell. He's a stand-up comedian, the Emmy Award-winning executive producer of United Shades of America, the author of The Awkward Thoughts of W. Kamau Bell and Do the Work. Kamau, good to have you on the show. Nice to see you again, my friend. A recent poll from Howard University shows that 21% of black men under 50 who are likely voters are still saying that they will support Donald Trump. And one of the criticisms of Democrats that they have is that they continue to feel taken for granted as black men. Give me your take on this.
Well, first of all, thank God I'm not a black man under 50. So that's the first time I ever thought I'd say that. But yeah, I think let's be clear. The same toxic masculinity that is weaponizing all men, white men specifically, against each other against the rest of us on the internet is also affecting black men. Now, there are legitimate reasons to not want to support Kamala Harris. I don't know if there's legitimate reasons for black men to support Trump. I think that is basically misogynoir, as we say. But I think that the idea that, we are all vulnerable to the misinformation online. And I think that certainly it is a thing we can speak to, because my feeling is like, you can vote for whoever you want to, but just have the right information.
Well, you know what? All I got to say is thank God I'm not Kamau Bell. Exactly. And I did think I would say that. This is the clown whose unqualified opinion the white media asks for. When talking about black men, this is who they go to, a fool who doesn't speak for any black man or any black person for that matter, which is why when Ali Velshi was listing some of Kamala Bell's past propaganda works, notice that he didn't dare mention Bell's Cosby documentary. Wouldn't you think that would be the first thing they would talk about? That's about the only thing people might remember that he did, and yet Ali Velshi didn't mention it. And why is that? Because the black media tore that idiot a new one over that fraud piece that he put out. It's a political liability to him, so he can't mention it, especially not if they're going to wag their finger at black men. Now, the most obvious thing in the world is, if these guys are so confused about why it is that there are black men who are saying that they're going to stay home as opposed to vote for Kamala Harris, why not just talk to them and ask why? Isn't that the white media's job, allegedly, to try to clear things up? So why not do that? Well, it's because they know that once people hear what black men's objections are, they're going to agree with us. This is not about learning the truth. This is about covering up the truth. This is about shaping public opinion through the use of propaganda. And if you know that talking to any black man will result in them saying things that don't fit the white media narrative, then you'll be forced to stick to sellout celebrities like Magic Johnson and bootlicking punks like Kamala Bell. We told you this is what the black grassroots did. They don't dare try to talk to any black man on the street anymore because they know black men have gotten on code about it thanks to the black media. And also, due to the black media, we will also call out any Democrat shills who think that they're going to get on camera and pretend as if they're just Joe Blow black voter. We're educating people on how the white media creates and pushes its propaganda. So this is what they've been reduced to, literally talking to a clown. Let me go ahead and go on the record and tell you right now, I'm not voting for Trump. But that's not what the Democrats fear. They know that if black voters stay home, they're going to lose. And if, as they claim, democracy hangs in the balance, then shouldn't they be tripping over their shoelaces to run to us with a raft of money and tangibles to get our vote? That is, if the situation is as dire as the Democrats claim, because the white right does that for their constituents. They bring them tangibles. They talk about none, but here's what you're going to get. And they're not claiming democracy is hanging in the balance at all. Seems to me that somebody's trying to scare us to the polls again. But only an idiot would fall for that, which explains why Kamala Bell is running his mouth. Toxic masculinity, he claims. How about bootlicks like Kamala Bell's toxic stupidity? This is how he tries to appeal to black men. This is how the white media and the DNC's little shill tries to persuade black men by insulting us. And you notice that across the board, it doesn't matter if it's Magic Johnson, Michael Steele, or Kamala Bell. Whenever someone points out that black men are making demands, the first thing that these white media bootlicks do is to insult us. And they do it openly. Keep in mind, these are the same fools who, any other time, when talking about any other constituency, if they had a politician or any of their mouthpieces who were insulting them or talking down to them or calling themselves, wagging their finger at them, they'd be saying, oh man, some tone-deaf idiot didn't get the memo. That's not how you talk to constituency. That'll just run people off. That's how they would be talking about anyone else. But when they're talking about black voters, especially black men, it's like, nah, you insult them, you condescend to them, talk down to them, tell them they don't understand anything, tell them that they're sexist, there's something wrong with them. You're probably wondering, who is this meant to persuade? And the answer is not us. The real audience for this is comfort food to the white left, who are slowly coming to the realization that they're losing their ability to get us to settle for nothing. You got Kamala Bell using the pathetic talking points that are kicked around by the bootlicks and the tether class. Whenever talking about black men, we get that shea butter babble about misogynoir and black men are toxic and we need to get in line and black men are part of rape culture. That's what Sleaze Merritt said about black men when he was trying to ambulance chase during the R. Kelly prosecutions. The phony accusation of sexism against black men, that's meant to derail the conversation. It's intentionally done for the purpose of taking us off topic. Because if we're busy defending ourselves from phony accusations of sexism, if we're busy debating lies like that, then we're not pointing out that Kamala Harris isn't and has never done anything for black people and isn't offering us anything. Right. There's less than 30 days to go before the election. Kamala and her handlers are desperately trying to keep her away from the cameras, away from any scrutiny. Every time she gets in front of the cameras, it's a train wreck. As they see it, they've shielded her from public view for this long, and if they can just duck and dodge and hide a few weeks longer, then they will have made it to election day without her having to ruin it all by actually saying anything. They're trying to hide the candidate. Kamala Bell is a self-hating black man, mainly because he's not really much of a man at all. Right. He's a bootlicking shill. Yeah. He had a pathetic little skit commercial that he played, which attacked Trump and J.D. Vance. Okay, I don't have a problem with that, but all the arguments that he used, every single one of them, had to do with transgender people. Transgender bathrooms, transgender books. I gotta wonder, is Kamala Bell trying to tell us something about himself? But he said practically nothing about black people at all. Gee, wasn't he on that segment to explain why black men are gravitating away from the Democrats? So if MSNBC and the rest of the white leftist media really want to know why black men are not going for their candidates or their mouthpieces like Kamala Bell, this is the reason why. Ali Velshi says that black men feel they're ignored and taken for granted by the Democrats, and then Kamala Bell goes on to prove us right. And notice that at no point does Kamala Bell or Ali Velshi or anyone else actually say what Kamala Harris or any other Democrats going to offer to black men or to the black community in general. They whine about how black male voters refuse to be taken for granted, but at no point does anyone ever attempt to say, okay, now here's what we're going to do for them. Instead, it is literally, well, these black men are just toxic. They're just sexist. They're intimidated by strong women. Is that how an election's supposed to work? A candidate orders you to vote for them, and when you point out that you have demands that the candidate has to meet first, they decide to start insulting you and berating you and telling you you're toxic if you don't vote for them. They don't do that with any other constituency. They don't do that with the LGBT community or with Latinos or Jewish voters or Asians or women, white women that is, or anyone else. They save their abuse and their insults for black voters. You would never have a Hispanic person brought on MSNBC and someone ask, gee, why are Hispanics trending towards Trump even after he locked up children on the border, and then have that Hispanic guest say, well, that's because there's a lot of toxic masculinity among Latino men. They're just toxic, you know. They would never do that, and neither would anyone else from these other groups. And don't kid yourself. The white media didn't just bring this clown on randomly. He's a reliable idiot. They knew exactly what he was going to say before he said it. They saw how the black grassroots beat him like a drum for his little Cosby propaganda flick. And we're the reason why it bombed. I do, however, agree with Kamala Bell that the white right and their culture war is nothing more than a clumsy front for a political grift, getting paid for pushing political garbage down the public's throats. But then again, Kamala Bell should know, because that's the same grift he's running. It's the reason he can be insulting and abusive towards black men and not care, because he's looking for a paycheck from a white media corporation or a white political party. That's the real audience that he's playing to. Bootlicks are not trying to appeal to a black audience. When Kamala Bell does his shuffling routine, he's performing for a white audience, specifically white media producers and the DNC leadership that he wants to get a job from. So on the one hand, Kamala Bell insults black men as being toxic, and on the other hand, he does a parody political ad that totally ignores black men altogether. That makes the point for the Democrats clearer than anything. If you're black, you'll either be ignored at best and insulted and vilified at worst. But what you won't be is listened to or obeyed. Politicians are not kings or royalty. They may try to act like it, but they're not. What they are is public servants. Yep. But since when does a servant insult his boss? Since when does a servant tell his boss what he will or will not do? Since when does a servant call themselves barking out orders at their boss and try to order them around? Because when you look at what the Democrats are doing where black voters are concerned, that's precisely what you see. They want to insult us, ignore us, boldly tell us they're not going to do anything for us, talk down to us and tell us what we don't understand, and then order us to go vote for them and sit back while we do it. This guy is not trying to convince or persuade black men. He's trying to show the white left and white media companies that he'll be a willing and aggressive attack dog against us. It's like Issa Rae, a pathetic, awkward black person who will say anything, do anything, make a total fool of themselves, buck dance to get a few guffaws from a white power broker, and to do it at the expense of black men in specific. It's the easiest and oldest grift under white supremacy. It's why blackface became big business. Trying to turn a quick buck, just insult black people, black men in particular, and watch as the dollars roll in. There's no black man out there who looks at Kamala Bell, Michael Steele, or Magic Johnson and thinks, I want to be just like that. No. Kamala Bell is a walking advertisement against the Democrats and the white left for that matter. Kamala Bell is a sniveling worm who crawls on his belly and begs white daddy for crumbs. But it does make sense that Kamala Bell feebly tries to make people laugh. After all, he is a joke. And given what I've seen, Kamala Bell, Michael Steele, and Magic Johnson ought to do a road show together. They could call it the Three Stooges. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Shiva Boone, Amir Miller, Ikegas Dorset, Pharrell Taylor, and G. Mars. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
All right, Lady Che, what your thoughts on Magic Johnson endorsing Kamala and berating black men?
I don't think Magic Johnson should talk to men like stupid and like you gotta lead them to the water. I mean, it's very clear what's happening. So, it's just chilling at its finest. He won't elevate either after it's said and done. He'll still stay in the same place. So, it's kind of like a waste of time.
Okay. I concur with that. Yeah, that Kamala Bell dude is bad news. He did a whole documentary of disparaging and what is it called? Defamation of character of Bill Cosby. Like, dude, it's bad news, like Professor said, and we should not be listening to him or his ilk. They mean it's no good. And like Professor said, they ain't offering us nothing. They said that they're concerned. They seem like they're concerned that we want to break up with them, but they're not doing nothing to keep us in that relationship with them. So why are we wasting our time with them? So now they're freaking out, troubles afoot, and this is what we've been calling for 5 years. So I don't care. Either one of them parties collapse. All we concerned about is getting our goddamn tangibles, which is reparations, an anti-black hate crime bill, and tax-free exemption for life. Because y'all want to be taxing us, but you're giving our tax money to non-citizens. They're taking priority over us, and end the qualified immunity in all 50 states. If you ain't coming with that, then you ain't getting our vote. We're not listening to you. Nothing that you say matters to us at all. And they have a new black media problem. It's not just a black male problem. It's a new black media problem. And the voices of the new black media have been giving them that work, and we now control the narrative. And that's what they're scared about, black family. So that's why we said the code is the leader. Not no individual person, but the code, meaning Nellie Fuller's code for victims of racism and white supremacy in all 9 areas of human activity, which is economics, entertainment, education, labor, law, politics, sex, war, and religion, and some say health and nutrition in all 10 areas of human activity. So that's the code. Not Tariq Nasheed, not Jason Black, not Professor Black Truth, Vicky Dillard, Lisa Cabrera. We'll be here all night naming people. Black Light Revelations, Brother Rob, TD Media Group, Afro Elite. Black Alpha Network. You see what I mean? So we control the narrative now. So if they're not coming with nothing tangible, don't waste your time, black family. Do not. And out of all the people that's running in my state, I have the most tangible policy, the most developed website, thanks to Lady Che, in the state. And these mugs got a whole out shadow ban against me because I want to actually offer you something for your vote. I understand this quid pro quo. They don't want you to understand that. They want you to just keep giving your vote away to the Democrats, and they're not doing nothing for us. And just because we're saying don't vote for the Democrats, don't mean you got to go vote for the Republicans. Actually, be a free thinker and look around. There's other parties besides the 2 major ones, and there's always somebody else running. You could write yourself in. you really have no excuse. If you want to participate in this illegitimate process, then at least demand something tangible for your vote. That's all we've been stressing on this platform and several other platforms for the last 8 years, or 9 years. Sabaka Black Experience Hands on Blog Talk Radio, and then Mile High News and Frontline Black News, Revolutionary Agenda. We've been stressing this for at least that long on the airwaves. So the old black media is dead. The Tom Joyers, the Jeff Farts, the Roly Poly Martins, the Joyless Reeds, the Native Pods, any of them other Democratic Shield, Black News Channel, all of that. Just because it has black in the name, black family, don't mean that it's beneficial for us. And we're seeing that in real time right here in Denver with these so-called black organizations that do nothing to help black people. In fact, they endorse OTBs other than black people for office. So why do you even have black in your name? You should just change it like that other program. Why do you have free thinker when it's not free thinking? It's all Democratic shield zone. That's what you really should rename it. You know, free thinking. You come up in there talking anything other than vote blue no matter who, they're going to find a way to get you out of there and expose you. So we going to find a way, and we have found a way to get these mugs out the goddamn way, because they standing in the way of our progress. Get them out the goddamn way and get what is rightfully ours. So they can get with it or they can get rolled the hell over. But we ain't letting up. We told y'all this is going to be a generational long fight. So we in it for the long haul. But this is clear election interference that I'm experiencing right now. Me and Lady Che are experiencing right now in real time in Colorado, a so-called blue state. Well, it's only been blue for like 20 years. Prior to that, it was red. It's really a swing state. Go any color, but they saying it's going to go for Kamala. And Lady Che said Kamala's supposed to be here next week. So that's good. Or this week or next week? Oh, the same day. So her and the dump supposed to come on the same day. So one to Denver, the other one to Aurora. So yeah, these mugs don't speak for us. So y'all got to do better than this Democrats. You got to do way better if you want us to vote for you. You digging out these old ass fossils, trying to relive their heyday. No, it's a new day on the plantation, and we're not going for none of this coonery, buffoonery, shillery. We're not going for it. So you got to do better. So moving along, the next topic is Kamala Harris.
Is he still in there?
Yeah.
Sent it right back.
Okay, she said she sent it right back, Kari. Kamala Harris and Ron DeSantis trade words after he is accused of refusing her calls for help, or I guess to tour the scene or whatever. So all of a sudden she wants to get involved.
Yeah.
So this is our Sister Demetria K. Shout out to Sister Demetria K. Her and Donovan, her co-host, are going to update us on this.
Oh, why aren't they texting me back? Are they mad at me? Do they not like me anymore? I'm scared to ask for reassurance and fear that.
Hello, everybody. It is me, Demetria K, and I am sitting here with Donovan, the recovering Democrat Sadiq, also known as the Black Yule Brenner. As you can see, he is not at home. He is patiently waiting to get a new dog. So he's going to be the first one in line. Hopefully his Wi-Fi holds up. There you go. He rode his e-bike there. He's got his press gear on and a whole host of other stuff. Lord have mercy. Donovan be having a whole lot of stuff going on. But anyway, the purpose of the Demetria K Show is to promote Black love, knowledge, and understanding of all things that go on in the Black community to make us an even better people, with the emphasis on even, because we're great people, but we can always strive to do better. Like I said, big giant thank you, hello, and welcome to YouTube and Facebook. You are the other side of the conversation. Not only are you viewers, but you are family, and sometimes we share the link. If I share the link and your profile looks like this, please show me this. and then you can go back to that if you're not comfortable. Again, show me your face, especially if I do not have not seen you on here before, because sometimes people like to play games and we don't like that. Also in the comment section and on the panel, it's not that we disagree, it's how we disagree. So if we can be respectful as possible, of course, no name calling and, you know, all the things I don't need to tell y'all about it. But nevertheless, we are going to be talking about Vice President Kamala Harris and Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida trading words due to what's going on there in Florida. Of course, another hurricane is going through there. Started off as a Category 5. They said it's about a 4 now. By the time it hits the west coast of Florida, which is Tampa, said it's supposed to reach Orlando and all the, you know, the things in between. It's probably gonna be a Category 3, which is gonna be very strong. Also said that the what do you call it, the swelling of the water is said to reach upwards of 15 feet, which is like 2 stories high. They said that is not survivable. Of course, there's wind, there's tornadoes, there's just a whole lot of stuff that's, you know, gonna take place. Again, Tampa is gonna take a direct hit.
That's a fact.
So before I get into what happened between Governor Ron DeSantis and Kamala Harris, Donovan, what's going on with you? And hello to everybody in the comment. I also say I won't be here as long as we normally are. I'm having an allergic reaction to something. I don't know if y'all can see, but I am all like just broken out. I had to figure out what's going on with me. But Donovan, how are you?
I am doing great. I got my vest on in case the police come in here. They see that I'm with the press, which protects me under the First Amendment. Doing what I got to do, but I'm here to adopt a new furry friend. As you guys know, my beloved Belle passed earlier this year due to a stroke, and very, very devastated. But this dog is similar to Belle, and I might not just get one. I might get 2 dogs because this puppy is going to need companionship, and cats don't make the greatest companions for dogs. So do us a favor. You guys see that scrolling banner there? If you guys want to donate, this is the way you can do it. PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, Cash, money order, all that other great stuff. Also, do not forget to download the African Diaspora News Channel app. You can get it on Google Play and Apple Store. Great way to understand and learn in the news what's going on all around the diaspora. Like I'm out and about doing what I need to do. And it isn't just politics that, you know, sometimes I get into other things. Like I said, I'm a big animal advocate. That's something that I get into. You might be interested in that. And there's news over there. Also, don't forget to support other YouTubers in our chat and in our group, because the more people that subscribe and become members of the other groups, we support each other and they get their numbers up. And if they monetize their channel, that would be great. But again, we got a lot of furry friends out there that need adoptions because the human race is a cancer on the earth. And we keep encroaching into these animals' spots, and they have nowhere to go. It shouldn't be a crime for an animal to be put down because it's born. So again, the Kamala Harris thing, and Ron DeSantis, this is going to be very interesting because from what they're reporting, he was refusing her phone call. So let's get into it.
Hello, everybody. Brother Reggie, Miss White, CJ, Quincy, how are you doing? Who else on here? Sister Shirley, what's going on with you? And Queen Weechi, I hope I said that right. How you doing? So anyway, let's get into it, okay? So as Donovan alluded to, Kamala Harris basically accused Governor Ron DeSantis of refusing her call. Now, it sounds like she tried to call him in regards to Hurricane Milton, and word got around and got to her, I guess, that he refused her call. So she went on The View and she talked a little bit more about it. And so someone else that I got, a video I got from TikTok, spliced in Governor Ron DeSantis's response to Kamala. So I'm gonna put this up here for y'all. And welcome to everybody. Candy, how you doing? So give me 1 second.
Fair use.
And real quick, before we even get into that, you guys, we're less than 30 days from the election. We're not telling you who to vote for, but you should register to vote. Please register to vote, because that's going to give them the analytics after the election to see who did what. Please register to vote.
Yep, vote.gov. All right, here we go, y'all.
You've never called regarding any of the storms Florida has had since you've been vice president until apparently now, and called it political. What's your response to that?
In fact, she's been vice president for 3.5 years. I've dealt with a number of storms under this administration. She has never contributed anything to any of these efforts. And so what I think is selfish is her trying to blunder into this. No.
Well, first of all, I have called and talked with, in the course of this crisis, this most recent crisis, Democrat and Republican governors. Called, taken the call, answered the call, had a conversation. Yes. So obviously, this is not an issue that is about partisanship or politics for certain leaders, but maybe is for others. Mm-hmm.
So again, I'm gonna remove this. Word got around that Governor Ron DeSantis was refusing her call, and he basically is like, I don't have time to be playing with Kamala. There's people who are gonna die here. We got this hurricane that's part of Florida, the west coast of Florida, is going to take a direct hit. There's not going to be little sprinkles. There's not going to be an and, if, or maybe, or whatever it is. It is going to take a direct hit. They've told people in various counties to leave, that go, that you will not survive this. In fact, the mayor of Tampa said, if you stay, you're going to die. So leave, right? So he's basically saying, I don't have time to be playing political games. Of course, she's accusing him of gamesmanship. And he's saying, well, she's never called me in 3.5 years. We've had other hurricanes, and here she is calling me now. And, he says, I've spoken to Biden, I've spoken to FEMA, so I don't really need to speak to her, right? I'm busy. But, of course, she, again, is accusing him of playing games. Now, y'all remember during Hurricane Helene, where they're still recovering from that. So there's some places that got hit by Helene that will be hit again. Okay. Mm-hmm. She was said, to make statements about y'all gonna get $750 the FEMA fund. Some people are saying that was misrepresented. Of course, she also said, well, we want to make sure that the resources are distributed equitably, right? And Ron DeSantis is saying, well, we need to distribute the funds to who needs it first, right? Who needs it immediately. We're not basically trying to play these games. And I'm just telling y'all, from what I understand on both sides. And so as I listen to that, I'm going to tell y'all right now, I am not a fan of Governor Ron DeSantis at all. Oh. I think if anybody is, racist, is him. Okay, so I'm not trying to say that he's not. But in this case, I agree with him. It's what are we going to spend time on the phone with? I'm the governor of a state that's been hit, and actually I think it's 3 times Florida's been hit within the last month or so, because my sister lives in Florida. She lives in Jacksonville. So I think this is going to be the 3rd time this year that they've been hit. So I understand him saying, listen, I know you're running for office, and he says she's not doing that well. So of course she's trying to, seem like she's on the forefront of every issue. But he's like, that's not my problem. Right. He says, I need to make sure that Florida is sustained as best possible, get people where they need to go. Of course, they're saying there's going to be gas shortages, which, there people are already saying that there is. Then the highway is just bumper to bumper. Ron DeSantis said that he's getting rid of the toll rolls for a while, so people could just use all the avenues they can to get out of there without having to worry about, accruing extra fees for stuff. They also said that airports like in Tampa and other ones are closing down. You are not getting no flight in or out of there. They said in Orlando, SeaWorld, potentially Disneyland, Universal Studios, and everything is just going to close because it is going to be bad. And he's like, I don't have time to be playing with Kamala. Right. So the question of the night is, who's right? Who's wrong? Do y'all think that Kamala is doing this as a political stunt? Yes. Or do you think she's genuinely concerned? Now, I will say this. I think she's concerned, about what's going on. But does he need to even talk to Kamala? As, people always say, well, she ain't the president. She ain't the president yet. So does he even need to have a conversation with her? Say no. Now, I'm imagining he's had a conversation with Trump because Trump has a property and he's former president. They buddies. Let's keep it a buck. And they haven't always been, but it sounds like they're okay now. Trump has a property, Mar-a-Lago, in Florida, that sounds like it's going to take a direct hit as well. So I'm just telling you as I know it. And I'll get to the comment section in a minute. Donovan?
Yeah, you hit it right on the nail. You've got people's lives that are in danger, and he doesn't have time for photo ops and whatever. Right. She's been missing in action as a vice president for 3 years. Joe Biden said every decision that has been made in his administration, she was right there connected to his hip. Ron DeSantis has a job as governor to deal with the state of Florida, and they're in a state of emergency. All of a sudden now you see this woman with less than 30 days to go, going on all types of interviews, all this other stuff. You know, it's a little too late to be doing all that. She should have been doing that from the minute she was selected as the Democratic nominee. So all this gamesmanship with less than 30 days to go doesn't make any sense. You're playing with people's lives. And I'm gonna tell you, I was stationed in Jacksonville for 2 years, and it's not unusual for, you know, hurricanes and stuff to hit that spot. My brother happens to be a hurricane hunter, jet engine mechanic. So, you know, he's abreast of that. And I was talking to him about it last night. And yeah, he said, you gotta, you know, hurry up and get out of there. It's going to be bad. And it's not the fact of the category thing. It's the storm surging. So people, it's going to be worse than Helene in regards to the surges. So people have to evacuate. You know, we don't have time. There's a time and a place for political games, and this isn't one of them.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and as you said too, there's less than 30 days at this point, right, until the election. And so it's like, I mean, I get it. I'm not saying she's not concerned, but the last thing he needs to do is just be stopping and saying, hey, Kamala, what's going on? You know, what's on your mind? Of course, you know, she went to the southern border not too long ago, it was about a week or so ago at this point. And the border patrol union was like, she came over here to take pictures. She was gone in 20 minutes. You know, so the stuff that you saw on the news was, you know, fluff, for lack of a better word. So I don't know. She's just kind of getting called out left and right. It's also on the View. It sounds like that she was asked about, and I'm paraphrasing, doing things like Biden, and she basically, for lack of a better word, said she's not going to do anything different, right? So it's like that really should be eye-opening for a lot of people.
That to me would sink her campaign right now. If you can't make your rent, you can't pay your car insurance, you can't afford the gas to put in your car to get to the 2 jobs that you probably have. And let's just be logical. Why would you vote for an administration? And she says she's not going to do anything different. So you want a continuation of the suffering you're already involved in. Okay.
Yep, Raynard, how you doing? He says, Demetri, many experts are warning if Trump loses or gets cheated, there will be a civil war. Glad I got my passport. Let the black folks dumb enough to vote for Kamala Harris fend for themselves. Yeah, I mean, that's what the word on the street is, but I guess it all remains to be seen, right? I think there's going to be unhappy people on both sides, you know? Cynthia, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Let's see who else came on here. Oh, Above Beyond Forever, how you doing? You say you are in Tampa. Did you leave? He says Kamala pledged $157 million to Lebanon and only $750 for Hurricane Helene victims. Kamala is a joke. Yeah, so she's taking a beating, you know, in the media because of that. You know.
What about the $8 billion that just went to Ukraine again? Another $8 billion out of nowhere. What about that?
Yeah, and then Dorothy, I think it was you. How you doing? Saying that, hi Dano, that people could take out loans. Well, I'm paying back. I mean, you figure if you got to evacuate, it's not like you got to evacuate and it's like, okay, we're going to go home. Because as I said, this is the first time in over 100 years that Tampa has taken a hit like this. Mm-hmm. So you think about when you have to leave, when you go back, are you going to have a house to go to? Is your job going to be there? The schools, like, it's not going to discriminate. I would imagine it's not going to say, okay, we're going to get that house. And no, they got to come back to work. Don't you touch Walmart or the Dollar Tree. You know what I'm saying? So it's like a loan. Nah, y'all giving money away. You ain't loaning Ukraine no money. But I got to take out a loan. And it even said too, the American citizens in Lebanon that was trying to get out, and then they said the airlines was jacking up the prices and stuff. They talking about the State Department or whatever is the United States was like, y'all can take out a loan. A loan?
Yes, correct.
But y'all didn't make when the Afghans was getting up out of there, they had to take out no loan to fly to freedom, to safety. But American citizens got to take out a loan. It's like, come on, what are we doing here? It's madness. Let's see here. Who else came on? Tracy, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. CJ, how are you? He said Kamala didn't even call. Yeah. So you're right. He says she never called, and then when they asked her on the View, she says, "Well, I've talked to Republican and Democrat governors." But it's like, did you talk to Ron DeSantis, or did you try to call? Which is it, sis?
Well, I'll do you one better. If she's so concerned about American citizens about to be hit by a second hurricane in that area, what the hell is she doing on The View? What is she doing these appearances? All of that stuff should be suspended, as she's supposed to go if that's what she wants to do and help. No, but she's on The View doing all this BS. Come on now.
Right. And Brother Reggie, as you said, she's on Call Her Daddy, which is a podcast, about sex. They're on there talking about reproductive rights. So, and Donovan made a good point, because on that Call Her Daddy, and I'm sorry if I'm freezing. It'll come back. I think y'all can hear me. On the podcast, they I think whatever, I forget her name, but she asked Kamala, are there any laws in Congress that regulates a man's body? And she says no. But then Donovan, he made a good point. He says, well, Selective Service is regulating a man's body. We didn't get to say no, and if you did say no, and when you were, for the draft, right, then you were going to pay a consequence, whether it was prison or whatever the case is. Like, you were going to pay for saying no. So that's the ultimate, not being able to say, have a say so over your body. So, but yeah, you're right. She's going on all these podcasts and shows that are just asking her the same old questions. Like, oh my God, y'all gonna ask for anything original, Bruce Tracker, how you doing? I hope you're doing well. All right, let me see. Sister Shirley says Kamala needs to take several seats. She's just trying to promote herself. Yeah, she has to, because I saw not too long ago today, it says that that little lead that she had over Trump is closing. And people still feel like he's the best one to tackle the economy, and a lot of people are starting to agree with him in regards to the immigration situation that we have here in America. He's very vehement about we gonna have a mass deportation over here. And a lot of people are really starting to understand.
Are you still in Florida, though?
A lot of people are really starting to understand the effect of immigration is having on everybody, right? Cynthia says, I agree with the governor. Where has she been for 3.5 years? And you know what the crazy part is, Cynthia? Everybody keeps asking that question, charging her with 3.5 years is like, and all of a sudden you're here. At one moment, people say, well, she ain't the president. She didn't have anything to do with that. But then you'll hear her, say she did this and she did that. So it's like, which is it? Were you not in control or what? What are you doing? Now you're stepping up and you want to make all these phone calls. But like you said, I ain't heard from you in a very long time, So yeah, it is, yeah. CG, how you doing? Says Donovan, you look ready for war. He ready for something.
Riverside Police Department is very notorious out here, even though I'm under the Riverside Sheriffs. Hey, they busting heads out here. They don't mess around. So you got to know what you did. And I want you guys to think about this real quick. I've got my press uniform on and my suit on because if you think about it, I just disarmed the police officer in their qualified immunity because I'm here in the capacity of being press.
Yep.
So I just disarmed them. And they, some will know, but most policemen, they don't know that. And they're just so, you're under arrest. Get out here, listen to what I say. So you got to kind of know how to deal with these people. So that's one way to disarm them of their qualified immunity.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. And Jupiter, how you doing? It says, good evening, Demetra. Harris 60 Minutes interview and that View showing just makes her look so buffoonery and BS. People in North Carolina and hillbillies going to vote her out. And that's all they have to live for. Yeah, they're the ones, especially in North Carolina, Asheville, they took a direct hit, and that town is almost all gone, right? And that was a Hurricane Helene, so it's just a lot going on. But I did watch a 60-minute interview It seemed kind of weird. You know, he asked her some things, but they didn't really give her any pushback. And of course, they said that Trump. They said he said he would do an interview, but then he backed out. But his team is saying we never agreed to that. So I don't know what's going on.
You know what, Demetri? I'm so sick of this. How dare a man ask a woman any questions like she has to answer it in somebody? Because that's misogyny. That's misogyny when you have to ask her a question. But a man, he better answer the damn question running for the same exact job. But when she's asked a question, it's misogyny.
Right. Marjorie says, and 48 TCO, thank you so much for the donation. Love it. Appreciate you. Said, damn, Donovan, the press never looked so good. Marjorie says, does Kamala even have control over the finance committee in the White House? I'm just curious. That's a good question. I don't think that she does. I don't know. Last time I heard, and I'm not I don't know, but I thought it was Maxine Waters. I don't know if she's still in that capacity. That was a couple of years ago, but you know, she writing checks. We want to check, you know. Let's see here. Who else came on here? Brother Damon said, it's not my American government. Okay. Thank you once again, 48 TCO, for the donation. Love and appreciate you. Oh, really? How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Eva, how you doing? Says, respect for the office. Why would they when he's experienced and she's not? That's why he avoided the call. Additionally, we've seen the outcome of Helene, and there weren't any concerns for days. You're absolutely right. There weren't any concerns. Now that, you know, I think she's probably getting a little heat and backlash. Is like, I guess she wants to get ahead of it. But like you said, listen, I'm no fan of Ron DeSantis. Let's just keep it a buck. I'm not, but I agree with it. It was like, girl, I ain't got time to be playing with you right now. You know, when it hits, you want to be at the forefront of, you know, making sure the funds and stuff get here faster. Yeah, great. You know, but then also it sounds like there's conversations in regards to FEMA running out of money. You know, and you think about it, all these hits. Yeah, Houston, you know, and surrounding areas. Hell, I got hit twice. Once was a tornado in May, and then what was it, Hurricane Beryl? Was it June, July, whatever it was? July. You know, and then the ones it cursed with a hurricane season, but it said this is one of the worst hurricane seasons on record. So of course there's a lot of devastation and destruction, and there's going to need to be money. Like my neighbor down the street across the way, they had a tree fall through their brick wall. And this was in May, and it's still there. So I don't know if they're waiting on insurance, FEMA, whatever, but that tree that's fallen is like almost in the street, and nothing has been fixed, you know? So think about that. Dark Side, how you doing? Says she cares more about the votes than people. Well, yeah, like you said, in North Carolina, how they gonna feel about being neglected? And even in Louisiana, it was the hurricane before that. There's places that were just totally neglected. They said nobody's been by here. Of course, you know, it was our, you know, people. Nobody's been by here. We don't have no electricity, have nothing. So, you know, people don't forget those things. Warren, how you doing? Says sounds like politics. And FM says 100% selective service. Yeah. Let's see here. Who else came on here? Want to make sure I acknowledge everybody. Mike Nice says, I don't play them polls any mind. Yeah, you know, we'll know when we know, right? The day of the election or after. Sister Marcella, how you doing? Says, no one is asking why they are giving all this money to illegal immigrants. Well, I think people are asking is like, but what is the real answer? You know, are they trying to replace people? Are they trying to build a buffer class? Like, what is going on here? You know, why are they privy to all of the benefits over here that American citizens aren't privy to? And as I said, for those of y'all who watched that debate between Vance and Walz last week, I think Vance did a great job of saying, you know, again, holding Kamala responsible for the economy and immigration. He said she keeps talking about she wants to build 3 million houses by the end of her first term. He says, but maybe if American citizens didn't have to compete with the immigrants coming over here for housing, it wouldn't be as bad. But it's like when you build these 3 million homes, who you think gonna be in them?
For housing anyway.
You know what I mean? We're hearing about them getting loans, and California wants to give them $150,000, but of course Gavin Newsom vetoed that because I think he was feeling the fire a little bit. But it's a lot.
Straight mark.
But you know what, Demetria, people, and I don't mean to say this about our group of people, but Americans are very ignorant because all they hear is something and they get excited about it. Even if the government would give out $25,000 for you to do your home, are you working a job where you can pay the mortgage? And then the developer and the builder is just going to add that $25,000 onto the price of the house, which puts more money in their pocket. And then what really chaps my hide, I'm outside, I want to there's a lot of kids around here. What really chaps my hide is the fact that these people who are business owners and they're business minded, how the hell are you going to qualify for a $50,000 business tax deduction and you don't even have a business yet? The tax deduction happens after you've established the business. So how is that going to help you? But see, people just hear the numbers and like, oh, yeah, $50,000. Not everybody has a child. $6,000 tax deduction. That happens the next year. How does that help you right now? How does it help you right now? You need the money right now. A tax deduction happens in the next tax year if you get it.
Right. So, but it's all about knowing, Donovan. All about knowing, and most people just you hear she getting this money of $25,000. But like you said, there's a little bit more to it than all you got to do is just show up with a business plan on paper. It could be a napkin, it could be anything. To show up saying you want to have a lemonade stand with lemon, sugar, and water, and we're going to give you $25,000.
Let's look at this. Let's get everybody needs audit.
Demario, how you doing? Says the 60-minute interviewer was hilarious. He said, I asked how you were are you gonna pay for it? Yes, I was talking about the what was it, something she wanted to do, and she said she was gonna raise taxes on the rich. It's about time they paid their fair share, and but he's basically like, well, you haven't been able, how you gonna get Congress to do that? They haven't bought into it yet, so what are you gonna do to get?
Yeah, well, did you hear that interview, the one, I think last week or the week before last, where they asked her basically the same question? And she said, we're just going to have to raise taxes. We're just going to have to do it. And no, it was Stephanie Rule, business analyst, expert. She was like, well, how do you do it? She goes, we're just going to have to. Huh? If I believe Congress controls the purse strings of money. If you don't have control of Congress, how are you going to do these things that you say that you want to do? We're just going to have to do it. Come on, y'all. Come on. This woman's an empty suit. And we're not saying that to just, be mean to her. The woman has never had a position where she was an executive. She's never done anything substantial. And again, no shade to her. When you sleep your way to the top, eventually there's a ceiling. And eventually you're going to have to show and prove once the sleeping thing stops. And we're seeing that this woman, she has no ideas. She doesn't know what she's doing. Unless you tell her what she's doing, she can't answer. You guys saw what happened when that teleprompter stopped on her. You guys saw that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. What she said is 32. Yeah.
That's it.
It's 32.
Well, the look on her face was like, 32. Magic Johnson's number is 32. Oh my God.
Yeah. Lord Flawless, how you doing? Says Houston said they are no longer going to remove debris. Well, I guess that tree is going to be in the middle of the damn street until it grows upright. I don't know.
Tree fell on.
It's crazy. I don't know. Myron, how you doing? Says right. The house will be for the immigrants. Yeah. So a lot of people are really just kind of like, yeah, this immigration is hurting everybody. It is, immigration, the wars that's being paid for, and then you get American citizens talking about, well, I'm sorry, that tree is going to be in the middle of the damn street, blocking off the sidewalk and crash through the brick wall until we get some more money. But yet, you have Venezuelans talking about, I just bought a house.
I feel like just checking the cars.
Just bought a house with the help of the government.
Well, you know what? You guys are looking at this the wrong way, okay? See, it's one thing to sit here and complain and stuff. Let's just use basic logic. If you, as an American citizen, went to Venezuela and say, I demand resources, I demand a house. I demand money. I demand a credit card because I don't like the food here. And I'm illegal. I crossed your border illegally. Just ask yourself, in any country in the world, if you did that, what would happen?
You get deported.
You might not make it out of there alive. Okay, you might get a couple of canes to your booty. Negro says clearly they don't know what they're doing, and the money is severely mismanaged and stolen. Something going on, right? Bernard says magic. My thing skipped down. He says magic. Stop trying to finesse black men to vote for the Dems. Yeah, spent some time on TikTok the other day, and there's a lot of brothers that's like, you're not gonna tell us what to do, magic. We not falling for it, right? Right here. Michelle says Houston needs better leadership. The city is a mess. Yeah, I can say if I ever entertain getting a new car, which I'm not. It's just the potholes alone makes me not want to do that. It's a tear your car up, Brina, how you doing? I hope you're doing well. Brother Reggie Craig says 32 days, Kamala Harris. Jersey, Rick, how you doing? Says hello to the dynamic duo. I'm late, but I'm glad to be here. We are glad that you're here. Buckhorst, how you doing? Hope I didn't skip anybody. Patrice, how you doing? Says Obama 2.0 is not raising taxes on her billionaire donors. It sounds good, right? It sounds good. Well, there's about time they start paying their fair share. And they have to. It's like, okay. And I forget the interviewer's name. It's like, but how are you going to do that? Congress is not. How are you going to get Congress to do it? Well, the people. I have conversations with people, and they're going to do it.
Joy.
And vibes.
They're going to do it out of joy.
Vibes and joy. Maybe Megan will go in Congress and they'll say, I'll vote for that. I don't know. It's physical. I almost kind of feel sorry for Kamala. And it kind of do, because it's like, was she really prepared to do this? Like, did she want to do it?
I told you guys she's a crash test dummy. She was the worst polling Democrat to go up against Trump. And like a dummy, I'm not saying she couldn't have been something down the road, because like, remember, when you sleep your way to the top, there's a ceiling. She should have gone away and ran in 2028, maybe 2032, with some experience under her belt, and then come back. But I don't feel sorry for her, because her lust for power and just to get to the top, this is where she's at now. She looks like a joke. She's a crash test dummy. This is what it is. I would have never accepted an appointment or a selection knowing I have the record that I have that's out there in the public to scrutinize. I would have never accepted it at this time.
And let's see here, Del Monte Green Beans, how you doing? And thank you for the donation too. You says they'll rebuild that hurricane area for the migrants. I've actually got a story that's coming out on the African Diaspora News Channel. I don't know if it's tomorrow, maybe. Talking about those they call it climate gentrification. Well, I think I did one last week, but I'm talking a little bit more about it, where you have things like hurricanes and stuff, and they displace people, and then the wealthy go in there and they buy it up. But it's just so much more to the story, Shirley says, I have degrees in business and computer science. I don't believe the people understand what she's talking about. She don't know what she's talking about. And Tracy says tree blocking the road. Guess this is an episode from. It's an episode from something. It's literally just, hanging out there with growing branches and trees, leaves back, but it's fall. So maybe the leaves will fall off. It's crazy. Really says they're entitled, give me. And they getting too, right? Mission Vision, how you doing? And Brother Damon says you will get the S kicked out of you. And Patricia says the View did not question Kamala about her husband alleged abuse. The View discussed P. Diddy. Come on now. And the other thing is too, y'all heard about the documentary? I think it's
Chris Brown.
IDTV is doing the one about Chris Brown and Sonny Halston. Is that her name, Halston? Of the View. She's going to be doing like Oprah did, the question and answer part afterwards and talking to different people. And I'm like, clearly the world loves Chris Brown. Like, Chris Brown was 17 when that happened. And here's Sonny. She says she's biracial. I don't know what else she's mixed with, but she's black and something else. But yeah, you're going to be Gayle King Jr. And wait, who are you going to talk to? Did you just kind of tear this black man down? Chris Brown, who's, you know, paid for his, you know, mishaps 40 times over. Matter of fact, I saw him this summer when he came to Houston. Amazing. He was in, sold out 2 arenas, he said 2 of the biggest arenas in Africa in less than 2 hours. Yeah. So I say, and Brazil, the same things. I say all that to say, people really love Chris Brown, and here this so-called black woman, Sonny, is going to try to continue tearing him down. But to that point, she asked her about P. Diddy, but didn't ask her about her husband, who said, they say he open face, hand slapped a woman for flirting with another dude. And, you know, knocked up the nanny. So it's like, you're right. The view should never be taken seriously ever, ever, ever again. You know, but I bet you that, because I didn't watch the whole thing, but I bet you they called Trump all kind of predators. But her husband knocking up the nanny.
Mm-hmm.
Insane.
Hey, but here's the thing, though. That is the Democracy. This is why they're having problems with black men in the Democratic Party. You keep using us as scapegoats. You're scapegoating. If they don't win this election because black men don't know what they're doing. You're bringing out Magic Johnson, who hasn't lived a struggle life since he was drafted into the NBA back in 1979.
Okay.
This is why they have a problem with black men. They keep and disrespecting us, and you know, and we're sick of it. A lot of us are like, look, if this is how it's going to roll, hey, I'll go do something else. And that's what a lot of us are doing. Right now, this woman is polling at 77% of the black vote. Guess who the majority of the people that are not going to vote for Kamala are? Black men.
I know.
Right. And Damon, and I say I feel sorry for her. I feel sorry for her in that I don't think she was prepared for this. You know, I don't think anybody is. And Donovan will tell you, you know, when I work with people, candidates, I take them through the ringer. Is there anything that I need to know about you that will come out and we'll have to discuss? And if maybe Kamala didn't know her husband, you know, was beating and cheating. I don't know, you know, but that's come out, you know, and to be honest with you, nobody voted for Kamala. You know, because she was asked that in a 60-minute interview, and she says, "Well, the delegates, they, you know, they, you know, elected me or whatever, but the people didn't elect you, right? You didn't go through no primaries or nothing like that." So I say I feel sorry for her because I think she really just had no idea. I think she thought it was going to be a cakewalk. She was going to go and beat Trump, and because you know all the stuff that Trump has gone up against, all the cases and the assassination attempts and a whole lot of stuff, and it's like this man is still here. I would imagine somebody told her, "Oh, you're gonna catapult past him in the polls. It's gonna be great. Just get out there with joy and vibes." And that's why I feel sorry for her. You really think joy and vibes was gonna win an election when people are having to deal with immigration, inflation, and everything else? Joy, who's laughing? I'm not laughing. Donovan, you laughing?
Wait a minute.
Ski-wee.
My sorority sister's gonna we gotta get Kamala in. Ricky Smiley and Steve Harvey. Where are these people at? Isn't it funny how Steve Harvey, who said, "I'm gonna give her a layup, I'm gonna give her a bounce pass," all of a sudden he's missing. He's so quiet since they got rid of the diddler. Why is that? It's amazing what's going on in Hollywood, and you know the Democratic Party leans heavily on Hollywood. Isn't it funny how they're so silent? Steve Harvey hasn't said a word. Ricky Smiley hasn't said a word. The HBCUs, they distanced themselves. Matter of fact, the AKAs have distanced themselves. They haven't said a word. Why is that?
Right. Yeah, you know, and again, is Roland going to get an interview? You know, I don't know. I do feel sorry for him. You know, because he's one of her most staunch supporters, and he ain't got an interview yet. You know, there's still time. Maybe he will. I honestly hope that he does. I really hope and wish for him. All right, so let's see here.
Yeah, man, they called Kamala drinking beer, man, on
she says first Sonny said she was Afro-Latino. Now that Kamala is running now, she's half white and half black. Make it make sense. Yeah, I have no idea. But of course, she says I got no.
Well, you guys got to remember, when you're a 32-year-old hot thing with Montel Williams next to you, then you're 33, 35, and you're with Willie Brown, you little cute little thing. You know, you got it going on. You're ambiguous in the way you look. Now you're 60. Gravity's kind of, pulled on you a little bit here and there. You're not what you used to be. And what I don't understand is a woman who doesn't have any children, for whatever reasons, just like a man who probably doesn't have any children, why is it that she is in the forefront of telling women what they should do with their bodies and all this other stuff? I will never understand that as a man. But again, you're 60 years old now, so that little twerking ain't gonna work like it used to.
So Rain, I know how you doing, Rain says, but Chris Brown is a colorist. Remember, he didn't allow black women in his private parties if they were darkies. Did Chris Brown say that?
No.
I'm asking my daughter because she's a Chris Brown aficionado.
Yeah, look, my niece, don't say nothing bad about Chris Brown. Don't say nothing bad about Chris Brown.
And I heard that was a rumor as well, so I don't know, But even let's say he did say that. Does he deserve to be nailed to a cross for the rest of his life?
No.
That even Rihanna said she started. Him and Rihanna have been friends ever since. They dated again, even after all of that, made a couple of records together. It's like, what are we doing here? M, how you doing? Says, did Chris Brown say he doesn't like dark-skinned girls? He never said that. He never said that.
That would be a lie.
But again, and B girl, how you doing? He says Donovan looks sexy in his walk. Common man, how you doing? Where have you been? In fact, not feeling I seen you in here. And where is Eazy-E? We haven't seen Eazy-E in a long time. Where is he at?
Eazy-E is
let's see here. Diane, how you doing? Says I don't feel sorry for Kamala. Her character is horrible. Oh, I get it. Yep. And JJ, how you doing? Says Kamala trying Gerald Ford her way into the presidency. Well, she's getting pretty close to doing it. Maybe. I don't know. It remains to be seen, right? BJ, how you doing? Says when everything you have done in the past has been a cakewalk, then you never truly know what hard work is. And that's why I'm saying I feel sorry for her because somewhere I think she just
exactly, and neither was Kamala.
No, she was. She was elected on a ticket with Biden as the vice president, so she was elected as the vice president.
For primary president. No, she
I'm talking
wasn't.
about for vice president. Because when you vote off in the presidential election, you vote for the president and the vice president.
Right, she came on the ticket with Biden, so she got votes by proxy. She got votes by proxy though. She hasn't received no votes as a candidate.
Yeah, and neither did Gerald Ford receive no votes as a vice presidential candidate or a damn presidential candidate. Because Tricky had resigned and then Ford had, became the president. Man, I know damn well I did not have two motherfucking cigars get up and walk on.
Damn.
Okay. Shit, boy, that's what happens when you get old.
Questions from the chat.
Okay, so we had a good show tonight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we did. Until you pulled the plugs about his.
No, man. Sarge and his bullshit, man. He just got to me, man. I said, bro, I had to wake my own damn self off.
Yeah.
Sarge, when I sit up there and talk that bullshit, man, and brother was dropping the knowledge on him, man. You know what I mean? About man's music, because he said music released every slave. But you see, the thing is that white America does not understand, right? As far as I know, and anybody's welcome to correct me, the slavery that you had in the United States was the most brutal of all the slavery in the history of mankind. You see what I mean? There is no equivalent with the slavery in the United States with these other groups. You see that there's some meltdown shit, that there's some buffer shit, that there's some spawn shit. No,
that's some gathered shit.
Yeah, that's that bullshit, you know what I'm saying? Because for the first place, like I try to tell Sarge, how the hell is these stinking, nasty ass, no bathing ass motherfuckers, man, gonna sit up there and compare themselves to us?
It was ruled by the church.
Funky ass.
But you got to give the reason why they wasn't doing it. They wasn't doing it because it was against the laws of the church. You were going against the church. I mean, in the Roman Catholic Church, if you bathe, if you got naked, if you touched
you're right.
without clothes on,
right.
all that was immoral and evil.
To wash your funky, nasty ass, to get naked, to wash your funky, nasty ass, they considered it to be evil.
Yeah.
Well, sir, that sounds like a synagogue of Satan to me.
That's exactly what it was.
Yeah, that's a synagogue of Satan. Getting the cleanliness is next to godliness, you know?
Right. Cleanliness isn't the closest thing to godliness.
Yeah, and then, bro, and it was black women that developed the concept of feminine hygiene. So therefore, if any haters is out there that want to talk shit up there in the chat room, you're welcome to do it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And then on top of it,
these guys was living in barns. Before they was living in castles, they was living in barns.
And then keep in mind, too, Brother Jack, is that on Alkebulan, there were ancient great palaces that were built. See what I mean? Maximisa lived in one. You see? And then, of course, too, man, we gave the world the concept of public administration. We gave the world the concept of civil service. You know what I'm saying? And, man, and they saying this damn hurricane, man, getting ready to hit Florida. Okay. Yeah, this is going to be a bad one. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and then you got the lightning and the thunder in there as well, too. God help us, monster hurricane roars back to Category 5. Well, all you mighty whiteys and all this shit, you pissing off the spirit of the ancestors. You know, that's why they double whammy in your ass. You know, you better go check that orange motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? The dump as in human shit. And I'm going to make that perfectly clear too, by the way. You know what I mean? You ain't going to get nowhere with him. You ain't going to get nowhere with Kamala because Kamala, she's a high mileage job now, man. You could tell, man, that she got a lot of miles on her. If you know what I mean. Yep, high mileage job, you know? And Cartoon Nazi Network is saying, God help us, monster hurricane roars back to Category 5. Oh, the panties. Yeah, the shit that you talk. Now, notice that there's a correlation, ladies and gentlemen, between that bullshit that Ron DeSantis talks down there in Florida about woke theory, right? Well, that
he said that's where woke goes to die. He said this is where woke goes to die. Remember when he said this is where woke goes to die?
Well, he says where woke dies?
Where woke goes to die.
Yeah, well, woke goes to die. Yeah. Well, Ron DeSantis, hopefully that next tree man will crash in your mansion. Yeah, no good.
Right. That's what happened last time, Shabaki. I don't know if it happened during Helene. I was really hoping it happened again during Helene. And
oh yeah. But what it is, though, great state of Florida. I'm just worried about our people down there. And a shout out to our girl down there, Sister Rashida Stroh. But hopefully she's well. You know what I mean? And, so
we pray for all our family out there in South Florida, West Florida. Like I said, I got family down in Clearwater. So.
Oh, okay. Well, you probably need to get in touch with her, man, as soon as the phone lines clear up.
Yeah. I think they're gonna evacuate
over there in California, man.
Yeah,
I was
if you can evacuate, you definitely should evacuate. Because there's no way you're gonna ride this storm out. Like,
oh no, man, the ancestors is pissed off. Just like, man, they showed dude in a rowboat on Cartoon Nazi Network with a damn
all the sandbags and all of the proper preparation gear is not gonna save you from 20 feet fucking storm surge.
Yeah, and then of course you got old Wally Gator in there, you know what I'm saying? Just like the brother, man.
It's the storm surge. That storm surge gonna do a lot of damage.
Mm-hmm. Hey, give me my earthquakes, man. Give me my sandstorms, you know, give me my rain out here. You know what I mean? Because I know how to survive in that shit. But man, with a hurricane, I'll be a lost babe in the woods like a motherfucker.
Right.
That's why I do not, and only one time went to the great state of Florida, you know what I'm saying, and went through the South, and I do not care to see it again. So for all my critics out there, all shit about this black experience and hands when you're gonna go into the South. Well, people, I've been into the South, and I didn't like it, okay, because it did every fucking thing that I knew it would do. Southern trees bear strange fruit. Black body blowing in the southern breeze. You know what I mean?
That bad built butch. Huh? Which plug?
The light.
It's unplugged. What do you mean? Why? Because I have to plug something else up in this place.
And a loved one of mine texted me saying that they checked out, you know, a couple of the few episodes talking about weak fake news. Check that.
Oh.
Nah, they say that they're fuck with my head, man. You know what I'm saying?
It's like, what? Ain't nothing fake.
No, of course not. You know what I'm saying? And then, now, here's something fake. Like I told Sarge, okay, like I told Sarge on there before he started going gas. Right. Down, ladies and gentlemen, right up there at his last, there was a place at in Pennsylvania where he sat up there and talked bullshit for 3 hours straight.
All I know.
And it was all bullshit. For 3 hours, he's up there, man. But one thing, you know, about Donald Duck and J.D. Vance, okay, that whatever PR people that they got, man, where they had to get old Elmer Fudd and get up there and say that Elmer Fudd is a knucklehead. Man, I just shook my head, man. Up there and say shit like that, man. You going for to be the damn vice president, motherfucker, to preside over the U.S. Senate is going to be your main function. And you gonna say, I am a knucklehead. Motherfucker, please. I just don't know what to say. All right, the meteorologists are crying as Hurricane barrels toward the U.S.
Yeah,
it's the spirit of the ancestors.
Milton is back with a
Motherfuckers better atone. Motherfuckers better cut that damn check for them reparations.
That's right. Or it's gonna keep happening.
Yeah, that's the spirit of the. We don't have no control of that, man.
But according to Marjorie Taylor Greene, it's the Democrats that's causing these hurricanes.
Okay, well, Marjorie Taylor Greene, sir, has to be on dope to make some asinine ass statement like that. She on dope.
So Lisa Cabrera is going to give us the update on this asinine statement that Marjorie Taylor Greene made.
Okay.
And Marjorie Taylor Greene once again got a lot of people upset, especially the victims of the last hurricane, Hurricane Helene. She has come out and said that the hurricane is man-made and the Democrats are the ones that created the hurricane. You know, the one that when it came up for a vote, she opposed any hurricane relief. And she suddenly switched gears and now she's for hurricane relief. So let's get into it. What did she say that got people so upset? MTG implies Dems created Hurricane Helene. They can control the weather. The Democrats. So you mean to tell me cackling Kamala can control the weather? I would never believe you, dear. But let's get into it.
Yes, it's been on.
So Marjorie Taylor Greene have said these things before in the past, ladies and gentlemen. She has implied that man is creating these hurricanes, and and there are some people that believe it, but I happen to not believe it because I have never met anybody smart enough to do that in my lifetime. Maybe you have. Maybe you've come across these people that are so brilliant that they can just walk outside and create a hurricane like Helene. Now, you may know those people. I have never met them. So I guess you're way more fortunate than I am when it comes down to meeting people that know how to create a hurricane. So she also added that lasers are being used. And so now she got this whole conspiracy out there that lasers were used and it created Hurricane Helene. Again, I never met these people brilliant enough to just go outside and create a hurricane. So if y'all know these people, please drop some names. I would love to interview these folks out here that know how to create a hurricane. Give me some names and let me know who these folks are because I would love to talk to them. So Marjorie Taylor Greene appeared to double down on her Hurricane Helene conspiracy theory over the weekend, following up a baseless claim that the Democrats, can control the weather with an assertion that such a scheme might involve lasers.
Oh my God.
This is what Marjorie Taylor Greene said. The Georgia congresswoman who has a history of blaming deadly disasters on.
She's talking about HARP, but she's so stupid she can't even articulate it right.
Who's talking about HARP?
Laser.
Marjorie Taylor Greene. So there's a channel that I follow called Out the Blue or Into Thin Air, and right before Helene made landfall, he showed the radar of what it looked like in the area, and it did look like there was light beams or something radiating from where it made landfall, and the dude was like, "Don't be surprised if the storm makes landfall where these lasers that she's talking about are."
Well, you know what she sounds like to me, bro? She sounds like, man, them brain dead motherfuckers is talking about they had giants here in Las Vegas, right?
Oh yeah, the aliens.
And I asked all kind of people, tell me the intersection of where these giants went, and I would go check it out. But nobody gave me the intersection. To quote James Brown, talking loud, boom, boom, and saying nothing, boom, boom.
That mysteriously appeared in Miami.
What appeared in Miami?
Remember I showed the ones that mysteriously had appeared in Miami last year?
Okay.
It was like around Christmas time.
Okay. Well, I think somebody was using some artificial intelligence with that, bro.
No, like there was like these big old statues of these beings that had popped up outside of a mall in Miami, where they were in the mall scaring people, and then when they went outside, they were like ridiculous, tall, giant-looking creatures.
Damn. How much this property did they tear up? They tear down any building?
Nope, they didn't tear down no buildings. They just like appeared out of nowhere, and then they disappeared after that. But they've been saying they're gonna make themselves known since 2022, so none of that surprises me. But what she's talking about is HARP. So HARP is in Alaska, and it stands for like hyper aerial something. It's like a huge acronym, but basically it's weather manipulation. So they do the cloud seeding,
right,
and the chemtrails,
right, and over Vegas, man. Let me see. A couple of weeks ago, I saw nothing but chemtrails over the snow.
I don't think they're creating hurricanes. At the very most, they could be strengthening them or manipulating a track. But no, you're not going to create a hurricane.
Or shit, man, that they see the clouds with.
But that doesn't create a hurricane. What creates a hurricane is low pressure, and low pressure over warm bodies of water for long periods of time. And the Earth,
that's what creates the hurricane.
And the Earth's rotation is called
that's why
the Coriolis.
Pacific doesn't get them.
Yeah, the Coriolis effect is what causes them. Otherwise, they're just thunderstorms. They become organized around the center of low pressure, and then they can get stronger. Like monster behind you. Basically, they transfer the warm air. They transfer the warm air up north. So they take all the heat from the tropics and they bring it up north.
Okay, because out here in California in the west, you got subtropics.
No, out there in the west, you got cold ass water, so you ain't really getting no storms like that. If you do get a storm, it comes through the Gulf of California, like Hillary did.
Yeah, and then, but generally, man, as they said, off of research out here in the west on Hillary, that was the first hurricane that hit LA since 1936, I think. Between 36
or 42. Yeah, they had over 8 years. Yeah. Well, they kept saying that global warming wasn't real and climate change wasn't real and all that, but they got this thing called HARP. When y'all get a chance to look it up.
I'm familiar with HARP. It's a weather station that manipulate the weather. So in other words, people up here experiment with weather patterns because they want to control the weather where it will rain on crops to keep the crops up and shit like that. And then they got this
cloud seeding, the chemtrails and the cloud seeding. That's where that comes in.
Right.
But as far as creating a hurricane, I don't think they have that kind of technology to create a hurricane. But you could, they probably have the technology where they could steer a hurricane. Because I remember a few years back, Dorian was about to hit Miami, and it mysteriously, right before it was going to hit Miami, got redirected somewhere to the Bahamas.
Okay. And in the Bahamas, that is tropical, meaning you got humidity galore down there.
All of that is tropics. Like that's a tropic of Cancer.
And keep in mind, here in the subtropics, here in the west, in the deserts and in California, the air is very dry here. Yeah, very rarely, man, when they have high humidity. Don't get me wrong, they had it a few times in my lifetime of growing up out here in the West. But it's like once every 25, 30 years, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's very rare. It happens. It's rare. It doesn't happen like it does on the East Coast. Like the East Coast, they expect storms. Like every season, they expect at least one storm. But this year, they've been just about every storm has hit land. That's abnormal.
Yeah.
That's why you gotta worry.
And then that shit they had in the Gulf of California, because generally when they had tornadoes, hurricanes in the Pacific, they would originate down there by Cabo San Lucas, which is far south of Baja, California.
Originate down by Acapulco.
Yeah, that too. You say, and then keep in mind sometimes is that, and I have seen where they had the hurricanes hot, from the Caribbean into the Pacific.
Yeah, I've seen that.
And then they would do is that they would come up the west coast of Mexico, Baja, California, but then before they got to San Diego, they generally kick out to the Pacific and die out quickly.
Yeah,
say,
they need warm water. Hurricanes need warm water. Once they get cut off from their fuel source, which is the warm water, they'll die out. But where Milton is right now, that's some of the warmest waters on the planet. So that's why it's so strong.
And I know they got the sharks in there, boy. I know the sharks is eating good.
Which sharks usually like cold water, but yeah, there's some.
No, but you got some sharks that are warm water fish though, brother Chaggy, because I know the Gulf of Mexico, man, and the Atlantic is known for its sharks.
Yeah, but not like California is. Like it's something about that
current.
That's
the world's biggest ocean.
Yeah.
So that's the world's biggest ocean, the Pacific. That's why the Atlantic, although I've never seen it, I have seen parts of the Gulf of Mexico, okay? When I was in Florida, crossing Tampa Bay, which goes into the that water was not dark like it is in the Pacific.
No, it's not dark. It's like very light.
Yeah, because it's dark. Yeah, it's dark blue in the Pacific.
Yeah.
And to get a fair idea of it, is just cross the Golden Gate Bridge.
I did that, and I actually got in the water. So yeah, that shit is definitely.
Well, you a brave soul, man, because over there, man, by Frisco Bay, that sharks galore. That's why they built out the trash out there like that.
Mm-hmm.
Those two things that they were gambling on, man, for the inmates not to escape, man, would be those rough currents pulling them out to the Pacific and the sharks.
Yeah, because it's like I said, it's a cold water current. Sharks, they like cold water. They're not really warm water creatures. Like they don't like those currents. But where Milton is, it's very warm. And it's like down there, Gulf Stream type of currents. There's currents that run all around Florida.
Mm-hmm. Be careful, man, on your cell phones, man, because you know we're in the Middle East. These motherfuckers got to blow them up cell phones.
Oh man, they got these smartphones that explode in your pocket. Like that's already at that.
Yeah. So that's how they're gonna be taking motherfuckers out, man. Hey, we don't dig what you're saying with your representation. Now we're gonna start blowing up your goddamn cell phone.
They're gonna take you out. That's how they did in the Matrix. They just gonna turn your damn chip off.
Oh yeah. That's why they want people to go out there and get slammed. You know what I'm saying?
The musty man is trying to introduce that neural link, which it gets implemented into your brain.
Oh yeah, the boar, right?
Yeah.
Say, he's stinky.
Talking about you can your favorite song that'll play in your head.
Yeah. We don't dig what you're saying, so we'll just kill you.
Well, they move, like this country's moving more and more toward communism each and every day. And y'all go ahead and vote Kamala. And you'll really
So, okay, now here's the difference between capitalism and communism. All right, capitalism is that all the means of production and distribution are privately owned. Communism is all the means of production and distribution are owned by the state.
Correct.
Right? Okay. And I think Marxism is like a nexus point between the two. But keep in mind that Karl Marx has stated that black people did not have intellectual capacity to understand communism or socialism.
Yeah, he was a white supremacist, and so was Lenin.
Yeah. Lenin?
Yeah, Lenin.
Yeah. Leninism, yeah. And Lenin, yeah, those are the ones, what was that? What was that motherfucker they overthrew? They killed his ass. 1917.
You talking about Stalin?
Yeah. Well, the ones who was that? Nicholas and Alexander.
The Bolsheviks. You talking about the Bolshevik Revolution?
Yeah. Right. So also too, pray for the Queen Mother. She's down there in Havana. So she's there. So you know what I'm talking about when I say the Queen Mother.
She's gonna get some rain. So that's all she's gonna get though. She ain't gonna get like storm surge and all the other shit that come with the hurricane. She's just gonna get some rain. Look, it's already raining over by Cuba.
Yeah, but she's 77.
That gotta be old enough though, because there's no way that mom could have got in here.
Yeah, she's 77 now.
And that's the window on the wall.
Yeah.
Oh, now you can wake up and start eating shit. Damn moss. This damn moss was sitting up on Lady Chase ceiling all goddamn day, y'all. Damn near all night.
Oh.
And now his ass want to get active, start eating shit. He trying to eat her flag, eat clothes that's hanging up. But you know they lay eggs and shit. And then them eggs start
you
eating.
gotta get rid of him. Yeah, if you got that moth in there, you might as well take all your woman and throw it out.
Yeah, I already killed it.
Yeah. And then they got Casper up here talking about it. You know who Casper is, right?
Oh my god. Who is Casper? Cracker.
Anderson Cooper.
Yeah, Anderson Cooper.
That's Casper. Yeah, Anderson Cooper's Casper. You know? Yeah. Yeah. That bro looks like hell.
Posted to X a clip from 2013 CBS News broadcast about experimental effort. So what they were trying to do was create a rain and lightning using lasers. And this was 9 years ago, talking about lasers controlling the weather. This is what she's claiming, apparently mistaking the year of the broadcast based on a text added to the clip without mentioning. And, and she also said before that the hurricane is judgment. She's also said that before. I'm sure these folks, because, there was some damage in her state of Georgia. So, and South Carolina also endured some damage.
Yep, South Carolina.
But we know what happened in North Carolina. They endured the most. Without mentioning Hurricane Helene specifically, Greene posts came after last week. She posted that it was ridiculous for anyone to claim the weather can't be controlled. She also shared a map showing counties hit by the storm with an overlay of what she said showed areas political affiliation, claiming the graphic shows how hurricane devastation could affect the election. Greene posts comes as officials have warned that fake information is actively hindering relief efforts amid the devastation of one of the worst U.S. storms in recent memory. And, they're sticking with this low number, y'all, 230, and,
like 500 people dead.
And we know in North Carolina, it's got to be way past that in order for them to smell the stench in the air.
God.
Now, when they give you the 230, they're talking about multiple states where this occurred, not all just North Carolina. So Greene is not alone. There are other conspiracy theorists suggesting Helene was somehow engineered to provide some kind of cover to lithium mining. Donald Trump himself has peddled otherwise debunked allegations that Biden administration has discriminated against Republicans in providing disaster relief, while others have pushed fake reports of bodies of U.S. citizens being deliberately abandoned in the rubble. So, well, we know FEMA came out and said they don't have no money. I did see, that news report, and they said that FEMA is out of money. Apparently, they gave all the money to migrants. And, and we know this U.S. government have been pouring money into Ukraine and Israel. So they gave all the money away, y'all. This government did. So, y'all, whether you believe Marjorie Taylor Greene or not, the bottom line is hurricanes are massive. They are, even the one that hit my state years ago, Hurricane Sandy. That sucker was 300 miles wide.
It was bigger than that.
And people did lose their life, even in my state, and that was a Category 1. Because some people are under the impression a Category 1 is not all that. It really is. It leaves a lot of flooding. And many people get trapped, and some can be rescued and some can't.
New Jersey.
And I remember they were very selective about who they helped in my state, and that was very noticed by a lot of people. And like most states, there were a lot of beachfront homes that went into the ocean from Hurricane Sandy. It pulled a lot. It was a couple of blocks worth of homes that went into the ocean, or they just got straight up destroyed. The insurance company, the ones that were here, abandoned those folks. They told them straight up they were not going to rebuild. If they rebuild all those homes, that the insurance company would go bankrupt. So they flat out refuse to rebuild anybody's homes where Sandy hit. And those people were just out of luck. And the same thing is going to happen in all of these locations that got hit by Helene. These companies, they're walking away from people. They're walking away. And a lot of the companies, and we got Milton getting ready to hit Florida, and a lot of companies have left Florida. They're leaving these people high and dry. And you could have been on time with your premium, and they're still walking away from you. It's just been so many disasters, and they're saying they can't keep paying for these disasters. So they're just abandoning their customers. So now I do have a concern about Milton, because my uncle and my dad's side of the family is down there in Florida, and they're all over Florida. Some of them live in Jacksonville and Miami Garden, and, and other places, Tampa. And it's scary. Just the notion that something that big and powerful is going to be hitting them.
Yeah.
Now, according to the forecast, Milton is supposed to make landfall on Wednesday, and it probably won't be pulling completely out of Florida until Thursday. So yeah, it's scary. My uncle is the one I talk to all the time that's down there in Florida, and he's not a young man anymore. He's 79 years old. So I do worry about him. He can't do what he could do when he was younger. So I just pray my brothers and sisters, my Hebrew brothers and sisters down there in Florida, I pray that you all pull through. I hope that you're in an area that don't get hit bad, and let me know. Just reach out
15-foot, 20-foot
if you need assistance. I mean, I just hope that everybody keep your homes and everything stays intact. So I'm hearing a lot of mixed reports. I know they said it jumped up to a Category 5, Hurricane Milton. Some are saying it's going to make landfall at a Category 3, which can be very dangerous. And then I seen some reports that said it's a chance it may drop down to a 1, but they're talking about 15 feet of storm surge.
Jesus.
And that is like insane. But as I said before, when hurricane season comes, the hurricanes in the very beginning, they're really not that bad. The worst ones come at the very end of the season when it's fall. When we got hit by Hurricane Sandy, it was in October. It was at the very end of October when that storm hit us.
Storm all over again.
And
perfect storm, Shabaka?
A lot of storms tend to be devastating around this time of the year.
Okay,
So be
Hurricane
safe
Sandy.
down there in Florida.
Is that the one that went all the way up there to New York and New Jersey and shit and flooded the New York City subway?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember there was some brave souls, man, that were by them trains with that third rail in there. So if the water, the flood hit that, it energized that whole thing. Yeah, that's what I mean by being energized.
Yeah. But in 93, I believe it was 93. No, 91. There was a storm called the Perfect Storm, and what it was a nor'easter that merged with a hurricane.
Damn. And wait a minute, you just brought back a memory, Brother Che. They made a movie called The Perfect Storm.
That's what it was about.
Yeah. Where everybody on that fishing boat got wiped out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a nor'easter that had merged with a hurricane. And usually sometimes they become subtropical, meaning they have some tropical characteristics and some extratropical characteristics.
Okay, now I think the difference between the subtropical and the tropics is that the tropics got high humidity.
No, Shabaka. What it is the type of storm it is. Like Helene was a warm air storm. Extratropical storms are like nor'easters or areas of low pressure that develop over the country.
Damn.
Because they spin in the opposite direction. They spin in the counterclockwise, whereas the hurricanes, they spin in the clockwise. And that's because of the Coriolis effect. And
when you go below the equator.
Above or below the equator, yeah.
Yeah, because the Coriolis effect,
they spin in the opposite
left to right
of what they
and
spin in
below
the equator.
it was spinning right to left.
That's what I'm saying. They spin in the opposite direction. But the
Yeah.
extratropical storms, they spin in the opposite direction of what the hurricanes spin in.
Damn. And then I remember, it wasn't a couple of years ago, India got hit with a cyclone.
That's the storm that we're talking about, Sandy. But
Okay.
Sandy, it was a hurricane that merged with a nor'easter.
Damn.
Yeah.
Ooh, shit. Well, they can have that bullshit.
Yeah. And then in '93, they had the superstorm. And that,
okay. You all up there in Colorado could snow any day now on y'all up there.
Yeah, any day. It's usually around Halloween, though. We ain't at Halloween.
Well, I spent 3 winters in Colorado. Yeah, you all get real cool.
Yep.
You know, then the sun comes out and you have a snow drift, man. About
maybe 2 weeks left of warm weather, and after that, goodbye.
Yeah, so I'll come see you all.
4 months.
I'll have to come see you all next May. Because that trip there that I took, man.
March, man. I hope you got the from March. Don't come here in March.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I got the pictures to remind me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Poor vehicle all up there covered in snow. Shit, 8 feet of snow on top of the damn car. And I go put the brakes on all the damn snow fall on the windshield. I'm like, oh, fuck this.
They already restricted my new page. They talking about you can only post so many times in a day or some crazy shit. You can only tag so many times in a day. We have to make sure you're not spamming.
Oh, man. Facebook and its bullshit.
Meta and they bullshit. Google and they bullshit.
Facebook. Yeah, Google's in Mountain View, Santa Clara County. Facebook is there in San Mateo County, right there off the Dumbarton Bridge. And what's his address, folks? Number 1 Hacker Way. So what does that tell you?
They're hackers.
Yeah, number 1 Hacker Way. Shit.
That's the place for the hackers.
Yeah. And then, so far I haven't gotten any complaints saying, oh, yeah, your comment goes against community standards. And some motherfucker gets up here and calls me a bunch of
Well, now they'll warn you. Now they'll warn you. They'll send you a message. Like after you post something, they'll say, are you sure you want to post this?
Oh, yeah. Because what I get is when they say, well, your hateful comment sounds similar to hateful shit you said in the past.
Yeah.
So they got me deleting like 1 million fucking comments. You know what I mean?
I don't delete them. They said either you can keep it or you can delete it. I say keep it. That's what they said.
And they ain't put me down yet.
Yeah, they just did. They talk about you got to submit your ID.
Oh no, fuck them and that, man. Now, Kamala, okay, but her sorry ass being the former attorney general there, you would think that she would take her contacts, right, her connections, right, and she would call the motherfuckers up and tell them, look, check this out. She the vice president, and I'm putting a vice presidential order for you motherfuckers to desist and decease on violations of the First Amendment. Anytime that I had to sit up here and tolerate some asshole calling me a nigger and all this old type of shit, and then I reported, he didn't violate community standards. Lawsuit, hey, Brother Che. That's right up your alley, man. Can we sue them no good bastards for that?
If we can find a lawyer that's bold enough and like a Johnny Cochran type lawyer, that's what you need. I'm sorry, y'all been ignoring y'all in the chat. My apologies.
Because he's over there looking at his phone instead of moving to the next topic.
I'm trying. Shabaka's just. Wow, Shabaka is up this late. Yep, he's up. Hey, what's up, Boogeyman Rob? He said that's a strong jaw. Yeah, she does have a strong jaw. He said that's one of Shabaka's white hoes from the casino.
No, I'm not that type of guy, man. I only chase dark meat, man. I don't do bimbos. Sorry.
Right. Quinn is
I don't do bimbos.
Quinn said, am I reading the chat? No. Boogeyman said, no, he ain't. Twins is doing a face palm. And he's like, hell, like, wow, what the hell's going on here? And then Boogeyman.
Ask Twin, what's the weather like up there in Panther Town?
No, I mean no harm. Okay. I think it's the first time I've seen you, but okay. All good. He said Shabaka taught Donald Trump how to moonwalk in the 80s. Did you teach the Trump how to moonwalk, Shabaka? He said fair book.
Well, everybody was trying to moonwalk, man. Michael Jackson had that down, man, because it's hard as hell to moonwalk. I only tried it once, man. I only tried it once, trying back there 40 years ago.
Okay, he's getting a kick out of that. All right. So moving on. What are your thoughts, Lady Che, on Marjorie Taylor Greene saying that the Democrats are causing these hurricanes like Helene and Milton?
Dumb. It's really dumb. It's just stupid. It's a waste of time. Dumbest comment I ever heard.
Okay.
There, Lady Che, that broad is delusional, man.
Stupid.
She is delusional.
Like, I mean, like,
she
has that, you know, this goes along with whatever Trump's saying, you know, some old crazy shit, you know.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats.
I know, surprised me, really. It surprised me when she spoke on anything like intelligent. That would surprise me.
I got a question.
Go ahead.
Just hearing it. Okay, out of all the heads of state in history, who has made the most asinine statements?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like she's trying to mention heart, but she's having a hard time articulating it. So she just says it's the Democrats.
Wow. And keep in mind, saw a video of Kamala popping a beer, folks. It might be true saying that
Kamala, I mean, rarely. They don't really get into the Gulf of Oman like that. And Russia is too cold. I mean, the type
was somebody talking about Ilhan Omar?
No, he's talking about heart. And if they get like typhoons or hurricanes in that part of the world, and I'm like, it's too cold for that. It's like the same reason why they don't get them in Seattle, or they don't get them in Portland, or they don't get them in
Seattle and Portland. It constantly rains in Seattle and Portland, folks. I've been through.
They're not getting tropical storms and hurricanes. No,
not in PMW, no. All they do is rain. And I never forget the first time I went to Seattle.
Yeah,
I said, they should keep their sidewalks real clean here.
Weather change, manipulation.
No, it rained so much in Seattle, and what we would do, it would sprinkle, then it would start raining real hard. And what it is that it's the rain that keeps the sidewalks clean in Seattle itself. Wow. It's been raining in Seattle, man, just like they've been having earthquakes here in Southern California. It's been raining in Seattle.
They're on their route, Shabaka. It ain't been raining like it normally does over there.
Yeah, that's what tripped me out a couple of years ago. They got up to 117 degrees.
Yeah, 116, some crazy shit. Yeah.
Yeah, they got hotter than the damn desert, man. So what the fuck was that there going on with that up there in the PMW?
Again, weather tailoring like it's on the screen from Boogeyman. Rob. But those are extratropical storms. Those aren't tropical storms. Like they get them lows that come down from Siberia and Alaska.
Oh, no, it get cold as a motherfucker up there in Alaska. You all think it's get cold, but Alaska is real cold.
In Siberia, it's colder.
Shit, I remember I went up there to Steamboat Springs, Colorado, 15 degrees below zero, and I see a damn waterfall frozen in place. A waterfall
to like
frozen in place. Man, do you know how fucking cold it has to get to freeze moving water?
It has to get definitely below zero. Shabaka, it gets like 50 below in Alaska.
Yeah, it do. Hell, I wonder if you all get 50 below up there in them damn Rocky Mountains of yours.
No, I think the most we get is like 20, 30 below.
Yeah, I know it swelled up my sinuses trying to breathe in that shit.
We're not.
Hell, I remember one day it snowed in Colorado, and the sun was out, and me and this crew was supposed to go out and go to work.
So all the weirdos think Seattle will be ground zero for a nuke if one is dropped or stimulated.
GPS.
Well, you gotta understand.
That's from Nevada.
Okay, all right. Well, Seattle, man, you got Boeing aircraft up there. You got Microsoft up there.
Got a lot of military installations, period, in the West.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we got a whole bunch of shit going on.
Well, you all got a million Air Force bases there with NORAD there in Colorado.
Yeah, we got the Space Force states to the dump, as in human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear.
Yeah. So the Air Force evolved into the Space Force, just like the Air Force evolved from World War II from the U.S. Army Air Corps.
Correct. All right, so Marjorie Taylor Greene, the Democrats are not creating hurricanes. So
Marjorie Taylor Greene, her and the dump, they need to come to California, take the motherfuckers up there to Vacaville, or take them to the Napa Valley State Hospital and let their crazy asses sit in there for the rest of their miserable ass lives.
Oh, that's what I was trying to do.
And put Gavin Newsom's ass right in there with him.
You have a queue ready?
I do have a queue ready. I was trying to get everybody's thoughts on this. I'm about to move on.
How is it?
So impatient.
It's because I got Jesse. I do have stuff to do tomorrow.
Okay. So moving along, we got Black Trump supporters, Black dumpster supporters, jump, rally, white supporters. Trumpsters screamed, "They not like us."
Oh yeah, they did, and I think toward the end the brothers did get a few right hands in on them, because there was like two of them on one brother, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he got off a couple of bombs on him, man. You know, with that right hand.
Oh yeah.
It's so easy to become a podcaster with Riverside. You just need a concept and a way to record.
You and your commercial, motherfucker. Support this podcast,
Willie D Live.
What's up, family? Donald Trump, your president, recently held a campaign rally, where some Black Trump supporters got into a bit of a skirmish with white Trump supporters and got their heads beat in.
Well, what the fuck did they expect? Yeah.
I ain't got no problem with that.
Well, brother, you ain't getting no argument from me.
That's what y'all get. Running y'all ass over there. really thinking that you belong. Really thinking that you're one of them. Family, y'all remember when the black women was on the Trump call? I think they were on like, what was it, Clubhouse or Twitter? And the white guy realized it was some black women on the phone. Well, I guess he was listening to their tone and he surmised they must have been black. So he asked them, were they black? And they were like, yeah. He's like, this call is not for y'all. I thought.
Look. That's what they were doing, y'all. Y'all see what I'm talking about?
Yeah, they jumped on that brother. And I'm sorry to see the brother get his mind twisted with that dumb shit, and he got hit with a dose of reality. But the problem with these goddamn fools, ladies and gentlemen, them is going to be some motherfuckers are going to need to watch our backs. Because see, black family, it's going to slap you dead in the face if it does not kick you square in the ass when you finally realize on a collective basis that these individuals do not like you. Now, you can go see Ben Carson, get you some meds, drop your stove, get up there and say some asinine shit, go down there like with Stymie in South Carolina.
How much you bet? How much I want to bet he's a tether?
That these are tethers.
Yeah.
Well, what you saying that there, Brother Che, tells me you know something, man. So I ain't gonna take you there.
Look. I see tether hairline.
Now, where are the police to arrest these individuals for hate crime?
You could get that white boy. That's each other. Can you see him?
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, he does. Me too.
It looked like the brother did get a couple of good licks in. What's the comment saying in the chat?
Yeah, he did. No, he ended up a Democratic shield. I never saw that coming either.
Man, bro, let me tell you something. Out here in this desert, when I see these dump rallies and these dump signs, I don't know.
Look, can you see the screen, Parker?
Huh?
Can you see the screen?
Hold on, let me put some eyes on right here because I'm off in the bed. Wait a minute. Okay. Yeah, I can see. Yeah, I saw this video right here. Yeah, and I think he got up and knocked the shit out of one of them. Bang, yeah. Yeah, he did get up there and knock the shit out of one of them. But hopefully that's a wake-up call to that brother. I'm glad he wasn't injured. I'm glad he wasn't killed. But here's one for you, Brother Che. On the dump, as in human shit. And I want to make that perfectly clear, by the way. Where he was speaking. Yeah, and he was up somewhere. And this old white man goes up here and hits this brother in the face. Right? You remember that one? Yeah, hits the brother in the face. And then the old white man gonna sit up there and say, well, I just got tired of that boy's mouth.
Look,
yeah, look at this. This is a hate crime. And then the old white fella gets up there and says, well, I was just tired of his mouth. So then they get the Negro up there with the white man talking about how much he forgive him. And what he should have did was unleash the right cross on that motherfucker right there. Fuck.
Ooh. This is
Now, where's this at?
Cat dubstep. Oh my God.
Damn.
Damn, they was fucking up with her.
Yeah, but that was a big dude.
Mm-hmm.
But he got up there, he knocked the fuck out of one of them. I know that.
Oh, yeah.
And this is a hate crime, is what you are witnessing, ladies and gentlemen. It's a hate crime. You see what I mean? And then the police department is going to come up here with some bullshit. Oh, it's an isolated incident. It's not a hate crime.
Yeah.
You see, Black family, this is what they want us to do. To sit there and allow ourselves to be murdered, be abused. Now, I wonder what old Sarge got to say on this one right here. Now, old Sarge, he got the business tonight. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sarge got the business. Yeah, he got the business, but he brought it on himself. You know what I mean?
He better come on Friday.
Oh, yeah. You know, and just tell Sarge, you know, to breathe, because Sarge sometimes sounds like he's getting ready to bust a gasket. Because it is truth. Look at this, people. And what we're supposed to do, we shall overcome. Kumbaya, my Lord, kumbaya. Bullshit. That man should not have been out there by himself. He shouldn't have been at the dump rally at all.
He thought he was down with the MAGA crowd.
Yeah. He thought that they loved him.
The way it was taught to me was they were just out there selling merchandise, Chewbacca. And one of the white supremacists got upset with the brother and had them jump him.
Well, it just goes to show, Black family, all money ain't good money. And I hate to see this happen to this brother, you know.
Yep, I agree. What are your thoughts, Lady Chen?
I didn't see it because I was rebooting the computer.
Oh, it's fucked up, Lady Chen. It is downright fucked up.
I had to reboot the thing, so you could see nothing. I was updating my computer, and that was going on. Jesse looked like you fall asleep.
Careful on them updates, you know. Because these motherfuckers is blowing up cell phones, so next thing you know, they're going to start blowing up laptops. Hope I'm wrong.
Are you watching the screen?
No.
I need to watch the screen.
Like anytime now.
So you can see it.
What?
And all them people need to be belong with a hate crime.
3 hours now.
Look at this. Look at this. And then the motherfucker who's standing there filming this shit. Oh, Brother Che, your generation got a long way to go, man. In the 1960s, these motherfuckers would have not have dared dream to do some shit like this.
That's what I'm saying. Like those, I don't think they were.
Yeah, brother should have threw up the hat. He should have put up the distress signal. But he's out there. He's a fly in a pail of milk.
That's how you could tell. Like they're probably Haitian or something. Like they're Look at his hair. He got wicks and everything.
What hair?
You gotta
look at it all the way over there.
How can you see it all over there? And I don't even have a sharing the screen on it.
But keep in mind, though, Brother Che, they're not attacking him because he's a Haitian. They're not attacking him because he's a so-called Black American.
I'm saying only foreigners, for the most part, put themselves in those kind of situations. Like, remember when old boy went?
There's only two of them.
Remember when old boy went hunting?
And what kind of hand
Went on a
skills is
hunting
this? Like,
trip with
they suck. Like, I would, man. What do you just? I would mock that white boy.
Oh, he went on a hunting trip with some peckerwoods, and he wound up being the target, huh?
Yeah, he ended up dead.
Yeah. Now here's one for you.
Remember that fool that let them white people choke him out? And then he said,
Man.
"Oh, they were just playing." They choked him out. They drowned him.
And he said they thought they was playing.
And he thought they was playing when he came to, because he was down there. He was in a coma for like a week or some crazy shit. And when he came to, and he turned out to be a tether too.
And black officer too.
Yeah, sister.
Well, I've seen enough.
And hitting him with murderous intent.
Right. I mean, like,
unfortunately, he's a good sized dude because that dude has got to be every bit of 6'3".
Trump rally, all white folk.
Again, not of our lineage. Those that's in our lineage, they already know.
Speculation.
But I'm just saying,
speculation. Like, that's speculation. First of all,
what FBA you seen at a Trump rally?
Think about like that's what they do.
FBA at a Trump rally.
Look at my sister.
With the exception,
what
Trump rally was she at?
That's all.
What Trump rally has she been at?
Who knows? But she'll probably be at the one on Friday.
She'll probably be at the one on Friday.
Okay, so there, leave it at that. But as far as anything else, you think Trump really go? First of all, it's not like you see a lot of black folk there anyway. But they let you add black folk and foreign black folk.
Okay, where was that at, Brother Chet?
Foreign black folk.
Foreign black people don't get the memo.
Foreign black folk would not be there.
Yes, they would.
No, they won't.
They'd be the only ones there.
They wouldn't. I wouldn't go there if I was a foreign black folk.
Okay, well, you've been missing out because the Dominicans.
Why would I go?
The Dominicans been flying flags talking about they're for the dump. The Mexicans been flying flags talking about they for the dump. The so-called Afro-Latinos been flying flags talking about they for the dump. All these groups, all these so-called tether groups are all for the dump.
How many black people you ever see in them rallies? You can probably count them out. It'd probably be like less than 20.
If I see them 9 times out of 10, they are non-FBA.
How do you know they're non-FBA? You're just speculating. You're just assuming. Come on, cuz.
Not everybody is racially ambiguous. You can definitely tell.
No, you can't.
Somebody that's a foreigner
and
somebody that's FBA.
For real?
Yes, you can tell.
Stupid. This is stupid conversation.
You act like you can't tell the difference between an African and an African American. Come on now.
Can we get to the next topic? Please.
She's just really.
This is the dumbest shit I ever heard. I can just tell by the forehead that they're just a foreign motherfucker.
You can.
Stop it.
Am I lying in the chat?
Really?
Am I lying in the chat?
Stop it.
Am I lying in the chat? George or not, my lineage is FBA, cuz. What do you mean? I know my history, cuz. Everybody's not an orphan, cuz. Not everybody's an orphan, cuz. Not everybody's an orphan, cuz. Not everybody's an orphan, cuz. People got their own fucking records.
Is a foreign motherfucker.
I'm telling you, these tethers are going for the dump.
Right? That was doing the RNC. She a foreign motherfucker too.
If we go into her background, she probably is. You don't know. It's all speculation until you go into the background.
I'm gonna put my tinfoil back on.
Yeah, put it back on.
This is dumb.
Okay.
Dumb.
So you think they were FBA? You think FBA would allow white supremacists to jump them at a Trump rally?
No,
come on now.
Why would you go with just you?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So you think FBA would go
by
themselves to a Trump rally?
What's the context, cuz?
I tried. If you listen, cuz
I'm looking at the Twitter.
I would tell you.
I was looking at the Twitter space.
The context is they were out there selling Trump merchandise.
Okay.
And one of the white supremacists approached them.
Where were they selling it at?
At one of where he just had his last Trump rally.
It's a white area, right?
Obviously.
Okay. So they got.
It was probably in Florida. It looked like it was in Florida.
So they sell some shit, some merchandise, and they got
exactly, twin. It's really not that hard to tell the difference between an African, a Caribbean, an Afro-Latino, an Afro-Cuban, and a foundational Black American. It's not that hard to tell the difference. Hairline, shape of head.
You better stop with that.
What are you talking about? You can tell. Hairstyle. When they open their mouth, if they speak in a whole different language other than English.
Did you hear anybody talking to that?
No, but if you did, if you heard them talk, you would know.
Can we get to the next topic?
No, because we got to get this hashed out. Because you're trying to make it seem like we're all one big nigga, and we can't differentiate between foundational Black Americans and foreigners.
How can you tell? One's wearing a motherfucking hoodie and the other one got his hair up. How can you really tell? Cause I mean, really.
How many FBAs is running around with wigs? How many FBAs is running around with wigs? How many FBAs? Not Haitians, not Cubans, not Dominicans, not Puerto Ricans. FBAs.
In Florida.
Yes, in Florida. FBAs. Yes, I've been to Florida.
Okay, answer that question.
They're foreigners.
They're not all Jamaican.
Majority of them are foreigners, cuz. They're not FBAs. They're from Cuba. They from Haiti. They from Dominican.
Cool, everybody's a tether.
They from the islands.
Let it go with that. Everybody's a tether, except for you.
I'm not a tether.
You're the only one who's not a tether.
No.
At this point,
and just because you're a foreigner don't mean you're a tether.
I think everybody's a tether.
No.
Everybody's a tether.
No, first of all,
everybody's
let me make this distinction very clear. Just
because
because you're not an FBA, that does not make you a tether.
No,
what makes you a tether is your actions.
Right.
Your activity, what you choose to do. That's what makes you a tether, not just because you're a foreigner. But you come over here to undermine what we're doing, meaning what foundational Black Americans are doing. They're at a Trump rally. What do you mean? What were they doing?
Look, dude, I don't know if you realize that in 2020, these motherfuckers were over there. There's like 5 or 6 of these.
Look, ma'am. Look, ma'am. Only foreigners allowed.
Now, children, play nice.
FBA don't allow ourselves
now, children, play nice.
We got ancestral memory, and we remember not to be around these cockazoids like that. Exactly.
That's activity. You damn right about that, brother Che. You damn right about that. That reminds me when I was going behind enemy lines.
I'm cool with that. Everybody's a tether.
Not everybody is a tether, and not everybody is using.
Everybody's a tether.
I said them. You could tell by the video that they are.
You said they look like tethers.
They look
now
like
they're
tethers.
acting like tethers. Make up your fucking mind. Either way,
they're
Black boys, white boy shit. They got jumped.
This is like a white supremacist.
Can we go forward now?
Not just because you're white don't mean you're a white supremacist. Your actions.
The whole thing is white.
Make you a white supremacist.
That whole shit was white supremacist.
They're action verbs. Adverbs.
That dude.
Adverbs.
Has a whole bunch of white people around. That's racism, white supremacy.
Obviously.
Okay, so can we move
but
forward now?
These people make themselves easy targets
by
showing up to a Trump rally alone.
That's what happens when you want to be that way. That's on them. Can we move forward now?
Yeah, since you're so much in a rush.
Well, yes, 3 hours in.
I know what it is.
2 o'clock.
I know what it is, but I don't do this on the RBA. I don't do this on the RBA. I just want to.
I got shit to do tomorrow.
I want to make that clear.
It shouldn't be like this.
Okay. We always got something.
We understand.
We got a whole campaign to run.
The point. I got the point.
Okay, then get the
because
point.
it's a tether or not. He's there tether.
I said I wouldn't be surprised.
And he got beat up by some fucking janky ass white boy and drug around that
white
shit.
Boys. It was more than one.
The whole thing is racism, white person. What is the point of this particular thing?
You were arguing with me if they were FBA or not.
I didn't argue with you.
Yes, you did.
You said they were tethers.
I said they look like they're tethers.
Right, and then you said they're doing tether activity.
Because I was trying to explain to the people that's tuning in what a damn tether is.
He explained it
oh my God.
He explained it last week what tether activity is.
Mm-hmm.
He did.
I know he did.
So there, I got the point last week.
Okay, I'm glad you got the point. It
I got it.
It wasn't to explain it to you. You're not the only one that's tuning in.
No,
unlike the RBA, actually have people tune in.
You arguing me.
I'm actually have people tuning in. I'm talking to the people that's tuning in. I'm not talking to you. It's not all about you. It's not all about you. It's not all about you.
I'm glad everybody likes your show.
I'm glad too.
Great. Can
All
we
right,
move
so
forward
moving
now?
on. Before I was rudely interrupted,
You asked me
only
what I
tellers put
thought.
themselves in those kind of situations.
He asked me what I thought.
Don't go to
Tethers
alone by
Man.
yourself. FBA, you know,
Tethers
not
dangerous.
go to no goddamn Klan rally by yourself.
I can't tell.
That's not schmite. That motherfucker was all the way dumb.
Exactly, because anybody at one of them damn rallies is a dumbass. It's a dummy. He said, "This ain't the
Okay.
first one." You go back to 16. Yep.
That's what
When,
I said. That's what I said.
and black folks getting attacked. Yep.
That's what I said.
That's why I said I don't think they FBA
It's whatever,
because
guys. I
FBA
don't
already know
care,
not to
right?
do that dumb shit.
We really, it doesn't matter to us. Like they're over there, they just be like totally off brand. Where I got the point. Like
Okay.
don't go over there. Don't go over there, black people. Whatever you are,
What did
whatever
Moxie
you are.
do? So if that was a Moxie
Messy.
approved fight, it was definitely a teller. Yeah, like Moxie, he's definitely FBA. But them brothers, I don't think they were FBA. I really don't.
Okay, now here's the part that got me. Okay, I'm seeing we're getting comments there in the chat. Hey, twin, see you, twin. Okay, I'm way away from the computer screen because I'm in the bed. Okay, any motherfucker who's gonna go out there in that environment with that bullshit, what the fuck did he expect?
And that's why Willie D clapped. And that's why Willie D
I mean,
clapped.
what did the motherfucker expect, man, to go out there with that bullshit, man, around them motherfucking dumb bites?
Right. That's why Billy D.
That's
Willie
not
D
smart.
That's not smart at all, and that's non-FBA activities.
Basic officer.
Yeah, and I mean, and the brother, he looked like to be a good size. He put in as much work as he could. You know what I'm saying? He damn sure didn't make it easy for him to do that.
My sister with MAGA merch is not invited to the next cookout.
I know that's right, man. Okay, and who's that there?
Twin, I'm glad you see it.
Okay, what's Twin saying? I'm too far. What's up, Twin Pyramid?
Point.
And Twin, you know that was some bullshit, man.
Like
with the ponies beating the Raiders, man.
Don't bring up the Gators. Don't talk about the Gators.
No, man, no. We're not in Boys Town, sir. No, we out here in Sin City.
Yeah, for now.
Yeah, they need to fire the fucking coach. Now, let me show you something intelligent and the coaching of football. There was a team, I forgot the name of the team, Brother Chad. I think it's in the NFC East, right? They went 2-3, and guess what they did with the fucking coach the very next day?
What they do?
They shit candy, and rightfully so.
You know, we're going to bring up the Texans. Twin said Texans.
That's who that did that, was the Texans.
I don't know if that's who did it, but he said the Texans. You know, he's a Texan fan.
Okay, well, I think they were in the NFC East. And what it is, I think it was the Jets. So what they did was they shit canned the coach. They shit canned the coach, you know, the next day.
That's because
they told the defensive.
Aaron Rodgers started crying, and that's why. Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, that's their quarterback. He started crying about it, and they got rid of the coach.
Okay. Now, why can't the Raiders do something that intelligent?
Because you have nobody on your team that anybody takes serious.
Man. And that was that damn raggedy ass quarterback in exhibition who threw them damn interceptions, and the motherfucker did the same damn thing in the game that counted.
Yeah, you keep seeing the Stevens, because the Stevens is everywhere from Django. Somebody's garbage disposal.
Man, they need to tell the coach of the Raiders, hey, man, here's your money, man. Bring up the defensive coach. Bring up the assistant coach. But Antonio Pierce, hey, brother, it was a gallant effort, man, but you ain't cutting the mustard.
And neither is what is his name.
The ponies.
Michelle, the Broncos. Put some respect on it. The Broncos.
Man, the ponies,
the
man.
Broncos. Ponies don't exist, but Broncos do.
Man, them GMO oats. Them
Ain't no
GMO oats.
Y'all just say that because y'all lost. And then when y'all lose again, y'all will be doing the same.
And y'all bought the officials. You know what I'm saying?
Always something.
Man. When does basketball season start so I can crumb them on the buckets?
Yeah, Lakers, the fake show ain't going nowhere either.
Just think the possibility.
And later on this month, Shabaka, I want to say.
So when does the Lake Show go on?
The fake show goes on at the end of the month.
The Lakers, dag nabbit. Remember that's L.A. Curves.
And it's the Broncos, goddammit. Or goddamn it.
GMO
October
ponies.
22nd.
Man, GMO ponies, man. They eat
GMO. Natural. Yeah, that's right, twin. Crip. It's all natural.
Man, them is GMO oats, man.
Oh Lord, the Warriors. Yeah.
Warriors come out to play. Warriors come out to play. No, I like this Seth Curry now. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Warriors, my backup team, twin. You know what I'm saying?
Keep it Cali on the way.
What are they going to do with the Alameda County complex? Are they going to start bouncing a wrecking ball off that motherfucker or what? Because the A's is gone, the Warriors is gone from there, man. The Raiders is gone, man. I mean, it really serves no purpose because they don't have no pro teams in Oakland anymore. So what they need to do with the Oakland Alameda County complex is go gut it and make that their emergency housing, not for no damn migrants.
Yeah, I think it's probably housing some migrants now. That's
no. Oh yeah, whatever happened to that mayor of Oakland, twin? The last I knew, the feds had kicked in her front door, man, and seized all kind of evidence. They book her ass or what?
Yeah, what happened to Chantal? What was her name?
Yeah, Chantal.
Yeah, like sound like one of them characters from one of my old cartoons.
No, actually, Shangtown sounds like a Shaolin monk.
Sounds like Tao from Dragon Ball.
Oh, it might be related to Kane. Now, remember, Kane came to San Francisco in the Old West.
Yeah,
Master Pole. And Master Pole, blind motherfucker, you know, who could tell the grasshopper by your feet. Yeah, I miss
the
Master
Warriors
Pole.
ain't really gone because San Francisco or Oakland, the Bay team. They the only Bay team. Them and the Niners.
Yeah, the Giants, the Niners, and the Warriors.
Yeah, the Giants, the Niners, and the Warriors. Yep, those are only Bay teams.
Warriors come out to play.
Twin said he loved Oakland when he lived there in 2005 to 2007.
Yeah, I was there in Oakland at that time, twin, and one thing, man, I will say about Oakland, when you go up Shattuck, when you go up Telegraph, you listen to the wind, and you could hear the stories of long ago of Dr. Newton ensuring our safety.
Yeah, right. He said it changed so drastically. Yeah, that's what I heard.
Yeah, it changed drastically the last time I was up there, brother Trey.
Yeah, me too. But I think it's changed drastically since we were there, Shabaka. Twin.
Okay, wait a minute. Didn't we do a podcast
in the Hyphy area?
When I was driving to Oakland.
Yeah, that's
twin, you can pull up our past podcasts from
when I was a senior in high school. Oakland looks like zombie land.
past Oakland Technical High School where HP graduated high school.
Mac Dre did have it on lock. Rest in peace to the Mac.
What do you say now about the Mac?
Mac Dre.
Oh, okay.
Mac Dre had it on lock.
Oh, okay. And then, of course, too, for those who remember the 1970s when they came out with all the black movies, they filmed the movie The Mac in Oakland.
Mm-hmm. Yep, 707. And so is 707, that's Vallejo, right? Yep.
Yeah, 707 is in Solano County. As soon as you cross out of Contra Costa, you're in the 707 area code.
Yep, real hyphy. Mm-hmm.
And then you go up there through the Valley of the Hoes.
You stop hating on Vallejo, Shabaki. What is your gripe with Vallejo?
That's Valley of the Hoes. But Vallejo is all tore up, y'all. And Vallejo used to be like a military town during World War II. Because if I'm not mistaken, I think up there by Vallejo, man, you got the Maritime College up there.
All right, I gotta move us along, y'all. So we back to Kamala, y'all vice president.
In jail. Who belongs in jail?
He finally got pressed on the border, y'all. After 3 years of quote unquote being the border czar, and finally making it down to the border at the end of last month. Now the media is pressing her on the border, and
as well as they should. And what they need to do. Here's what they need to do with the border.
There's more than just the border. She's also been how she handled the Democratic nomination without votes. So how she was handed the Democratic nomination without votes, which is very undemocratic.
Well, the only thing I can say about that is this, folks. Okay. Is that they showed Kamala on an interview, drunk in a motherfucker, and they showed Kamala up there popping a top on a damn Miller's brew.
Mm-hmm.
Kamala's on a sauce, dog.
Yeah, she on something.
Yeah, Kamala on the sauce.
No, cuz like, she been drinking too much wine.
Nah, this was beer she was drinking.
Well, rumor had it she's a wino anyway.
Well, Napa Valley is just right up the way there. Newsom's family owns the goddamn Napa Valley vineyards and shit. She was probably going over there, turning a bottle over. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So VP Kamala Harris is finally pressed on the border and being handed the Democratic nomination without votes. Uncle Phil's going to give us an update on that. That's forward. Yes.
But Harris, she wears the pantsuit. She never wears a dress. I don't understand that, but Doug is an interesting character himself, right? He's a very, very interesting character.
Look at hillbilly country ass fuck.
He on his wife with the nanny, got her pregnant. Another woman he was messing with slapped in the mouth. So he's an interesting character that she married. She was on 60 Minutes, and we want to look at two.
Yeah, he said Travis Air Force was in Fairfield.
And we want to go through this, right? And like I said, I may be stopping things for a reason. Like I said, I have to watch
Vallejo
a little bit. So let's get started with your favorite vice president of the United States of America. Here we go.
Democracy best served by President Biden stepping down.
He's been the Stockton twin.
Yeah, I've been to Stockton over there off the 580 twin. Yep. Yeah, I've been through San Joaquin County.
Travis Air Force Base in Fairfield.
Mm-hmm.
And then we got Twin Stockton is horrible. So they got the highest, Twin said they had the highest murder rate. Asians doing all the time, all the crime. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And they got a real bad homeless problem up there in Stockton too.
And then they got, he said it's ugly up there, yep.
Yeah, this is. Stockton is fucked up. And if anybody, if you're old like me, if you remember an old TV series called The Big Valley, it was set in Stockton with the Barclays. Now, I'm going to tell you something. Doing them cowboy movies between the Barclays and the Cartwrights, you know, I much rather would have hung with the Cartwrights. Because see, one thing about being Cartwright, if you was broke, if you was in a jam, you know, the Cartwrights will help you out. But the damn Barclays, oh, they were so high and mighty.
Yeah, Twin. Oh, shit. Not the Bush era. Yeah, Bush era. He said he visited Napa. Never got the chance to walk around there.
Damn, I've been to Napa.
Oh, yeah, you performed. That's in the heart of wine country. He said he just performed.
Yeah, Napa, yeah. Oh, yeah, by the way, bad news for winos. You know, they're going to be jacking up the price on your Boone's farm and shit and your rot good.
He said,
grapes that was fucked off a couple of years
Jay
ago.
Miller said, Twin, that's a good thing. Napa is not for us, right?
Oh, no.
And then Twin said, yeah, I missed the bullet, Jay. And then Jay said, yes, you did. I fell out. And then Cuz said, that's where they got Crazy Horse. Got the Crazy House out. Oh.
Oh, yeah, Napa Valley State Hospital. They need to throw Donald Trump's ass in there. Now, let me tell you something all about California politics, y'all. Okay, now let's say you down there in L.A. County. You go off, you kill your bunch of motherfuckers, and you plead insanity, right? Here's what Gruesome Newsom gonna do for you. They're gonna say, okay, motherfucker, you crazy. You're on your way to Napa Valley. Then you're gonna stay in Napa Valley about 6 months. They're gonna rubber stamp your ass the same. Then they're throwing your ass back down there in L.A. County, Frisco County, Alameda County, Santa Clara County. You know what I'm saying? They're going to say, okay, motherfucker, you now saying stand trial.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't that a bitch?
Right. All right, so moving along. I got to get to this
some politics for you.
Yeah. So Kamala was pressed on 60 Minutes. I don't know if y'all seen that 60 Minutes interview, but it's very cringe.
Was that the one where she was drinking a beer?
I don't know if she was drinking a beer, but she was completely out of her mind on this interview.
Okay, she was probably drunk.
And basically handing you a nomination. You didn't have to go through a primary process. You didn't have to fight off other contenders. That's not really the way our system was intended to work.
President Biden made a decision that I think history is going to show is rare among leaders, which was to put country before self. And I am proud to have earned the support of the vast majority of delegates and to have been elected the Democratic nominee. I am proud to have received the endorsement of leaders around this country from every background and walk of life to fight in this election over the next month for our democracy.
But I think this truncated.
Let's stop that right there. Hold on. Okay.
You ain't even practicing it.
So she had no problem being selected. Remember, it's the delegates that selected her, not you, the American people, not even Democrats all over the country. Right now, we know some Democrats are just blind; they're gonna follow what the party says. So that's, but we talking about now. You mentioned a democracy. Also, I want you to pay attention to something. Again, I'm gonna wind this back, right? So people that understand body language, right? So this man's gonna ask a question. I want you to look at her eyes when she's talking. I want you to look at her eyes when she's talking. I want you to look at her eyes when she's talking. I want you to look at her eyes when she's talking. I want you to look at her eyes when she's talking. I want you to look at her eyes when she's talking. I want you to look at her eyes when she's talking. I want you to look at her eyes when she's talking. I want you to look at her eyes when she's talking. I want you to look at her eyes when she's talking. I want you to look at her eyes when she's talking. I want you to look at her eyes when she's talking. I want you to look at her eyes when she's talking. I want you to look at her eyes when she's talking. I want you to look at her eyes when she's talking. I want you to look at her eyes when she's talking. I want you to look at her eyes when she's talking. I want you to look at her eyes when she's talking. I want you to look at her eyes when she's talking. I want you to look at her eyes when she's talking. I want you to look at her eyes when she's talking. I want you to look at her eyes when she's talking. I want you to look at her eyes when she's talking. I want you to lo right? Just pay attention that she doesn't look at him. She's looking away. She's looking all around. And most people would say, something's not right with you doing that. But watch this again. Why?
You didn't have to go through a primary process. You didn't have to fight off other contenders. That's not really the way our system was intended to work.
President Biden made a decision that I think history is going to show is rare among leaders, which was to put country before self.
You're lying.
She's lying.
I think you're lying. Because why did you look away when you said that?
Mm-hmm.
You couldn't even look Bill, I think Bill Whitaker's the brother's name.
Yeah.
You couldn't even look the man in the eye and say that. You looked away like this while you was talking. Then you start looking down. Man, come on, Kamala. You know that Nancy Pelosi and Barack Obama and the donors and all of y'all Democrat power brokers push Biden out.
Mm-hmm.
That man did not want to do that. Y'all enacted a Democrat coup against Biden. And the reason why he was successful because I heard, and I even believe what I heard, that y'all was going to do the 25th Amendment against President Biden if he would not move to the side. You understand? And you are one piece of work, ma'am, because instead of you standing by and said, no, this man took me when I was cast out. Nobody wanted me, even though you called him a racist. Because why would you want to go work for a racist? I would want to go work for a racist. If I told somebody, hey, man, you racist, bro, I'm not going to say I want a job from him because I don't want to work with a racist, right?
Right.
This woman she doesn't have character enough to say, if you say someone's a racist, so either what, did you lie on him and say he was a racist? Because you clearly took the vice president job, right? So he had you up there the whole time, right? It's his vice president. And when it was time to back up Joe Biden, like you should have told Nancy Pelosi, you should have told Barack Obama, you should have told Hillary Clinton, you should have told the donors, I am not going to be a part of that. My name is not going to be part of any of that because Joe Biden did not have to select me for vice president. The least I'm going to do is ride with him to the end. And if I want to run, I will run in 2028 if I want to run for president, right? But as of right now, I'm going to be supportive. I am not going to be the nominee. Choose somebody else, right? Joe Biden would have like, okay, all right, she loyal. Okay, cool. Let me tell you something. His wife ain't forgot. His wife and some of the things that Biden is doing, which I'm gonna talk about something else he just recently did to her, is interesting. I know his wife behind some of this stuff that he's doing because I know how women are. I know how women talk when you as a husband and your wife is upset about something that somebody else did and she wants some get back. Or your wife is telling you, oh, this is what we about to do. And it's not about to be a choice. It's not about to be a choice. When your wife is set off by what another woman did or pulled, you better go along with it. But okay, all right. So let me get back to your girl Kamala. Hold on. I thought this thing was queued up. Okay, there we go. All right.
And I am proud to have earned the support of the vast majority of delegates and to have been elected the Democratic nominee.
You was not, you didn't earn anything, ma'am. You was selected.
She was definitely.
See, when y'all talk about democracy, right? All you Democrats that say democracy, democracy, democracy. Do y'all think the way she was selected is democracy?
No.
Where was at least Joe Biden was selected by democracy, 14 million Democrats in primaries.
Oh, you did.
Even though it wasn't really a primary, but still, people got to go vote in the primary, right? 14 million people.
No, it's not you.
She didn't get anything.
Getting lighter.
And I'm telling you, Democrats, something. You Democrat voters. This will set a new precedent, not only with the Democrat Party, but it also can happen with the Republican Party as well. If she becomes president of the United States and the party selected her, Gone is y'all selecting y'all people. Gone.
Yeah, she's the worst.
Who's to say she can get away with that, or the Republicans can get away with that, or whatever party can get away with that? Who's to say Congress could just vote for the president, not you? Who's to say that, right? This should be an outrage, really, with the Democrat Party, but they don't care. That's how much they're not invested into democracy. Let's continue.
I am proud to have received the endorsement of leaders around this country from every background and walk of life to fight in this election over the next month
You sound
for
drunk as hell,
our
lady.
democracy.
But I think this truncated process is why people think or say they don't really know who you are.
Look, I've been in this race for 70 days. It is without any question a short period of time, which is why I'm traveling around our country from one state to the next to the next. It is my responsibility to earn the vote, and I'm going to work to do that.
Covering
Okay, so she says she's going to earn the vote, ladies and gentlemen. She's going to earn it. Well, how could you earn the vote when you didn't even go participate in the primary? How could you earn a vote when you didn't even debate other Democrats, right? We ain't talking about the Trump debate. We're talking about other Democrats. You didn't share your ideas against other Democrats, right? So, no, you were installed, ma'am. You are what people would say, you know, what's that word I'm looking for? It's in my head, but I don't know if that's the right definition. Hold on. Let me make sure before I say anything about what kind of candidate she is. Hold on.
A Manchurian candidate.
Hold on.
Probably.
Wrong word.
Shabaki, do you remember that movie, The Manchurian Candidate?
Yeah, they made two versions of it. One in the early 60s and they made one.
I was right. She's a Manchurian candidate. I was going to say it, but I want to make sure that I was using the right word. Yeah, she's a Manchurian candidate.
Yeah, she definitely
Basically,
does.
she's being used as a puppet. That's all. We all know this. Just like we saw with the teleprompter situation, she can't talk without a teleprompter because she's proven herself to be a pantsuit.
Much more intelligent man than that.
That's why she tells the same stories over and over and over and over again. No remix, no adding to the story. If you ask me about my childhood, I can tell you 1,000 stories about my childhood, how I grew up, what happened, who my friends were, about the neighborhood. You know, I can tell you about drinking out that water hose. I can tell you all kind of stories. She don't have no drinking out the water hose stories. She don't have that. You know, she don't have the neighborhood crackhead stories. She don't have that. You know what I'm saying? She don't have nothing. She don't have no stories talking about running from the police. She don't have them stories. She can't talk about nothing. That's why she have the same old story. She can't talk about going to the neighborhood grocery store and getting some of those pickles over there and biting the top of them pickles and put that peppermint stick in there and let the peppermint melt in there a little bit, boy. So you bite in there, get that good peppermint taste of the pickles. See, Kamala can't talk about that sort of thing, right? That's why she rehearses the same stories over and over and over and over again. She can't talk about clothing. She can't talk about errors. She can't talk about anything because she's a Manchurian candidate, an empty pantsuit, right? But that's the people that, you know, the boule crash out for. This is the people that black men in particular, you are shamed. You are shamed. Yeah, you're right. Beauty with brains, yes. No authentic stories at all. Somebody wrote that story for her, and they say, listen, when you go in interviews, you say this story about the middle class, and just keep repeating this story on every interview, literally like a propagandist. There's no remix of the story. It's nothing added. She don't even tell you where the neighborhood was at.
Yeah, but she remember that.
People can say, oh, yeah, I stayed on this street. I stayed on that street, you know, like me. I'm like, yeah, we used to go on Cherry Street.
Berkeley's only 3
we used to go
blocks
down here to
wide and
Willow.
2 blocks
We used to go
long.
down here to Maple and all these different streets. She don't mention streets. She don't mention neighborhoods. She don't mention nothing. She tell the same, like, listen, your mama and them, your mama's not here anymore, so she's not living in that neighborhood. I understand she still stayed there, so you can't be, you know, saying certain things. Her sister don't stay in the neighborhood no more. So you could actually talk about your old neighborhood where you stayed. But the thing is, she talk about the whole neighborhood. You're going to say, wait a minute. You didn't grow up here. You grew up in Canada. Well, what are you talking about? You can't relate to us.
Right.
Especially Black Americans. Right. You definitely can't relate to us as Black Americans.
Mm-mm.
You didn't go through no crack epidemic.
Nope.
You didn't know how the LA riots affected you, even though you didn't live in LA. You definitely couldn't relate to OJ, because when I was in school, when the OJ trial was going on, okay, and I remember when OJ was found innocent. I remember how it went down in our school. I'll never forget it. She can't talk about OJ and how it was with OJ when he was found innocent. She can't relate to any of that. That's what I'm saying. She has she can't relate. That's her issue. She can't relate. And that's why people. That's why the man say, "Well, people don't know you." That's why. The easiest way to relate to people is just talk about certain things that you grew up with, certain things in history, certain food, cultural foods. Like when you mentioned, I put greens in the bathtub. Like
what?
Who the fuck put greens in the bathtub?
One thing about Black people,
Kamala.
we would never put food in a bathtub. Hell no.
Hell,
a bathtub is meant to go clean yourself. It's not meant to be cleaning food.
Right.
Any Black person I know clean their stuff in the sink.
I remember those too.
Not the bathtub.
The Nowlers over my shit, the jawbreakers. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. She has no answers or policies, only talking points that was given to her by her Democrat masters. Understand?
She don't know nothing about
now. Let's get to one of the most important parts of this exchange that I wanted to definitely talk about. Open borders, right? Open borders is a very, very important topic because open borders has affected America more than most. A lot of people right now in Florida is about to get hit with a major hurricane. And definitely my prayers go out to all the people in Florida. I hope y'all took what they said seriously about getting out of there. I really hope so. That hurricane is not nothing to play with. My rule about hurricanes when it comes to evacuation, if it's category 2 or up, I'm out of here. I am not playing with any hurricane category 2 and up. I learned my lesson a long time ago. Category 1,
6.5 earthquake.
But not 2 or higher. Not doing it. I'm out. I'm gonna pack myself
I
up and
slept
my
through many a
family.
3.1 earthquake.
We out. You know, like some people say, especially if you save, like that's why I tell people, especially live in a hurricane zone. Let me give y'all some advice.
Started 6.5 and 7. It's time to worry.
And hopefully you have a credit card that maybe got a high limit, and just leave that credit card alone. Just don't touch it, right? Have that credit card, have some discipline. Don't touch that credit card for no reason. That way, when it's time to evacuate, for some reason, whatever the case may be, you got that credit card and you say, hey, you know, let's go it on and get on out of here. Maybe you got enough for plane tickets.
Yep.
But you probably don't want to leave your cars behind. So let's say go ahead, drive somewhere or whatever. You can drive to another city. Like last time I evacuated, we went to Austin, right? We stayed at the Intercontinental Hotel because they was allowing us to have our dogs there or whatever. And so everybody had their dogs at the Intercontinental. So that was fine, right? Okay, then after all that, we came right back. So have you a credit card, and of course, if you have a home, if you own a home, with a generator,
sir, is waking you the fuck up.
Your whole house, you know, it's good to have that. You gotta have that.
Too.
It's very important. So, but have a credit card is what I learned. Have a credit card so you can move, because it can come out of nowhere during hurricane season. Now let's get back to the border, right? So we know during this administration we've seen record number of migrants come into this country. We've seen in places like Chicago, New York, Denver,
Los
they've
Angeles.
been put all over the place, right? Just to name a few.
Few here in Las Vegas.
And Eric Adams. At first he was on the Democrat thing with the migrants, but then he realized that, wait a minute, that's taking way too much money out of New York. Hey, I need some money back, right? And I really believe that's why he got indicted, because he kept calling them out.
The
And we know
twins said we
that
sleep through
administration, the Biden
hurricanes in
Harris
Texas.
administration, they
Oh,
believe
man,
in
you all
lawfare.
some bad
They
folks
believe in that.
down there.
So Mr. Bill Whitaker here, he asked a question that everybody wanted to know to Vice President Kamala Harris. Let's go ahead and cue that part up here.
Border for years. And so I know this is not a problem that started with your administration.
Correct.
But there was an historic flood of undocumented immigrants coming across the border the first 3 years of your administration. As a matter of fact, arrivals quadrupled from the last year of President Trump. Was it a mistake to loosen the immigration policies as much as you did?
It's a long-standing problem. And solutions are at hand. And from day one, literally, we have been offering solutions.
What I was asking was it a mistake to
You ain't came up with
kind
no
of allow
solutions for
that
that. You
flood
full
to
of
happen
shit.
in the first place?
I think the policies that we have been proposing are about fixing a problem, not promoting a problem. Okay?
But the numbers did quadruple.
And the
under
numbers
your
today,
watch.
because of what
Kind of allow that flood to happen in the first place.
I think the policies that we have been proposing.
I want y'all to notice something. When she say something and she knows she's not telling the truth, you know she always looks away. Pay attention to her. I want y'all to pay attention to Kamala, because that's her thing. Watch. Let's back up.
We have been offering solutions.
What I was asking was it a mistake to kind of allow that flood to happen in the first place?
I think the policies that we have been proposing are about.
You saw how she kept looking away to the right. She kept looking away to the right. I'm like, is that what she lying? Because she this is a pattern with her.
Fixing a problem, not promoting a problem. Okay.
But the numbers did quadruple.
And the
under
numbers
your
today,
watch.
because of what we have done, we have cut the flow of illegal immigration by half.
Should you
We
have
have
done
cut
that?
the
Should you
flow
have
of
done that?
fentanyl by half, but we need Congress to be able to act to actually fix the problem.
Oh God. Oh,
She ain't gonna take no damn
She didn't
accountability.
clearly answer.
That
She didn't
broad-
answer. So the brother saying
accountability
you've
is
had
elusive for her.
quadruple amount of people come into this country ever since y'all got in here. Yeah, duh. And asked her, hey, do you regret some of the things y'all done? And she don't regret it. She don't regret it. And the only reason why they did something now is because of office right now, because they know they continue to allow it the way it was going. Trump would very easily, right? So she's running off of something they did now, but what about all the people you let flood into this country? We don't know where they come from. You let in people who have committed unaliving people. You let sexual deviants in this country. You've let pedos into this country. You've let gang members into this country. You just flooding this country like no tomorrow. And I know that y'all did that for a particular reason, right? We understand that. Then, and shout out to Sister Demetra. Shout out to her. She shared with me a video from D.L. Hughley. I'm not going to cue it up, but he was on this. Oh, y'all Americans don't want to do the jobs. These immigrants going to do the jobs. They keep up with that lie, and that is very offensive to say that to Americans, that they don't want to do jobs. Who are you? How do you know? Have you polled every American or what jobs they want to do, sir? But I get so tired of these entertainers talking. I don't look at them as any kind of political minds. The majority of them are kind of like gnats. They just flying around, just buzzing and just getting on your nerves. And you're like that, right? That's how I look at them. And I'm so glad a lot of Black Americans are also looking at these entertainers like that when they speak on politics. Like, my main thing is stay in your place.
God,
and that's how Black Americans got to view them. You're an entertainer, entertain. Stay out of politics. Period. Unless you got an education in it and you live that now. But no, you are for sale to whatever political party that's going to, in 9 times out of 10, is going to be the Democrats, right? But the migrant crisis in this country, it was not a natural phenomenon. Okay, yes, it's been an issue, but it's been an issue even prior to them, but they didn't come over here easily with Trump. Now, when you give them free stuff, okay, when you give them free stuff, when you incentivize illegal immigration, they're going to come. Why wouldn't they? In their countries, they don't get free hotels. They don't get free cell phones. They don't get free money for food. They don't get free cash just to have. They don't get any of that in their country. But when they come over here, they can just take, right? They come over here to take.
Yeah, like that.
In this administration, I want y'all to realize.
Remember the video?
The migrants didn't have to worry about high food prices. Because they will be in.
I come on here, take. I ain't trying to come here build with y'all. I'll come here, take. I won't get whatever I get. Take.
Papered up by the Biden-Harris administration. You know what I'm saying? They didn't have to worry about high gas prices. They didn't have to worry about rent because they were still living for free in hotels. While you was worried about rent. While you was worried about your interest rates, you know, with your house and all of that and your mortgage payments going up. The migrants didn't have that problem, ladies and gentlemen, because the Biden-Harris administration made sure to paper them up, made sure they live rent-free. Think about it. How much money you think you can keep in your pocket if you got to live rent-free, free food, right? And you get a job fair. And let's say you get a job and you still living rent-free. And then these jokers are buying cars. These jokers are buying scooters. These jokers are getting all kind of things. These jokers want to go buy food trucks. Hello to the sister that reported that. These jokers will go and get food trucks. They're starting businesses, not getting jobs. They're starting businesses and getting money from our federal government to start businesses. But what about people like
it ain't our
yourself
federal
or
government
me
because
that
if it
want
was
to
our
get
federal
money?
government,
You got to
these
go through
motherfuckers
all
would have gave us the same goddamn shit.
Statements,
He's
show
just saying the
your
United States
taxes,
government.
what's your credit history like, show this license, show this, show that, all these scrutiny we got to go through to even get $5,000. But they can come right over and just with nothing, just be handed everything. That was the Biden-Harris administration who done that. And y'all better remember that. You talk about reparations. You know where your reparations money went?
I went to the illegals.
Migrants.
That's where your reparations money went. See, the Democrat Party told you, no, you're not getting reparations. You ain't getting it. But we had no problem giving your reparations money to the migrant.
Yeah, they
We said, hey, let's pay something. You know, paid over 10 years, 15 years.
Yeah, that part, Jay Miller.
The Democrats said, hell no, I'm not giving you nothing. Look at your boy Gavin Newsom in California. Look at him.
Fuck him.
What did he do? They sabotaged the reparations bill to create the agency so you can see who's qualified to receive reparations. He didn't even want the agency created to see who qualifies for reparations or not. Think about that. It wasn't even at the cash payments part. It was about the agency to see who would qualify for the cash payment reparations based on the commission. The second thing that he actually did veto was any black person that had their land taken away from them, eminent domain or racist means, they were supposed to get their land back, but Gavin Newsom vetoed the bill and say, no, black Americans, you can't get your land back. That's why I don't ever want to hear nobody comparing black Americans to any other group, because no other group in this country has dealt with the theft of land like black Americans, the destruction of our businesses, the destruction of our churches, a lot of women's husbands be put up in a tree somewhere. Okay, a lot of women's husbands went to go to the grocery store to go get milk and different things and never came back, and not because they just left their family. It's because them folks got at them and took their life. You know how many times that was happening? To black people. There's been many stories like, yeah, my dad one day went to go get milk from the store. He never came back. Y'all better know our history. Other groups of men don't have that story in this country. That's why even to this day, when people are so silly in the black community and you try to compare, oh, this group of people make more money on average than black people do. Yeah. Why shouldn't they?
Okay, Judah, what you talking about today?
Nobody is oppressing other groups of people in this country. Nobody. No other group of people have been redlined like black people. Nobody's family has been directly targeted like black people.
Well, read Revolutionary Suicide.
Their families are intact. All these other groups that come in here, their families are intact. They don't have no Moynihan report put out by all these other groups. They're not trying to sabotage all these other groups. Look at the migrants. They're giving them things. If you gave black Americans the same resources and left us alone, like you're leaving them alone, and not mass incarcerating us, but you like you're doing them. You're not mass incarcerating them, no matter what they do. They commit all kind of heinous crimes, and you letting their behinds right back out. If black Americans had that same opportunity, we would make $500,000 a year on average. I know my people. You can't keep black. If you let a black American thrive and leave them the hell alone, they would do great. That's why they always invested on black people. What are the black people are doing? What are the black people are saying? How the black people are voting? They are so obsessed with what black men and women are doing. You talk about delineation or whatever, it can start off online. All of a sudden they're talking about it on the Breakfast Club. I heard them the other day talking about FBA on the Breakfast Club, and they kept repeating it with Byron Donalds and all that when he was on the Breakfast Club the other day, right? They monitor every single thing that we are talking about, we're saying, how we're moving. Think about it. How black men, a portion of them want to vote for Trump. Why does it even matter?
Right.
Why? Black men are the only men in this country voting. There's white men voting, Hispanic men, Asian men. Talk about how many of them voting for Trump? Think about it. Do you ever see stories about how many white men voting for Trump, how many Asian men voting for Trump, how many Hispanic men voting for Trump? They always worry about what black men are doing or how black people are voting. Oh, you black people, you got to watch the misinformation. The same quote unquote misinformation that come at black people come at everybody.
Uncle Phil, they've been bumping our heads with that bullshit for the last 400
But they only worry about misinformation
years,
with black men and women.
New.
They only worry about disinformation with black men and women. Why? These people are obsessed. I told you a long time ago, black Americans are the salt of America. We are the salt of America. If you remove black Americans out of America, America literally will start ceasing to exist. It's just the truth. It's the truth.
Right.
When these people get in trouble, who they come to? Look about this migrant crisis. How many times have them folks come talk to you about the migrants?
They tried and they got turned away.
How many times? Hey, black people. Yeah, these migrants, you know, they taking a lot of stuff, and you know they're not like y'all. I mean, y'all are Americans, but them over there. You notice all that talk going on now with the folks? All of a sudden now we Americans?
Yeah.
All before you weren't respecting us as Americans, but now all of a sudden when all these migrants show up, now we Americans?
Man, I've been saying that for the last 8 goddamn years.
I hope y'all noticed that. Yeah. Now we Americans. Now you want to be our friend when all these migrants show up. Now you suffering a little bit. Now all of a sudden you're coming over here to black people. And listen, I'm gonna tell y'all this. When you talk about delineation, it's delineating from them too.
Yeah.
Not just others, them too. They the main one you need to delineate from. Right. The main ones. Hey, it ain't my problem. Go over there, Brad and Becca. Go over there with that. I ain't hearing it. Because when I was suffering, when we was telling y'all about these issues and problems about these migrants coming to our neighborhoods forever, they've been putting businesses in our neighborhoods. They wasn't hiring black people. Some of them were trapping and all that kind of other things they were doing in their businesses, washing money with their criminality in those same businesses. Right? Now they starting to come over here to your neighborhood. Now you know some resources coming away from you. Now all of a sudden you want to come over here to black people and say, yeah, I see what y'all talking about now. The migrant crisis is only really a crisis for a lot of them because it's starting to touch them a little bit. And you're right, Veronica. They don't care. See, you can go back to the pandemic.
Yep.
If COVID-19 was just taking us out in the millions, they wouldn't have said nothing about it. They'd be like, these black people got a disease. We need to quarantine them black people. They wouldn't have cared about we need to try to fix this thing. Oh, no. Only when that pandemic
that ain't even
touched
the real
them.
Judas Nazareth. That's a
Then they want to throw the kitchen sink at it. Now, why don't you throw in the kitchen sink at cancer like you did this virus? Cancer have taken out a lot of people. Throw the kitchen sink at that. But they don't want to do that. See, the migrant crisis is really their fault. It ain't our fault. Because I tell you what, if I had to be the president of the United States or anything controlled by some borders, you're not coming here. I would go to the UN and tell them, look, these asylum laws, nobody can just show up here no more. You must go to the countries around you. You can't just come up here.
Right.
The only people that could come here and claim asylum because they kind of connected here is, let's say, Mexico and Canada. Anybody else, you need to go over there where you come from. Because all these people where they come from, how you skip all these countries that you going from to come up here? No, that's not asylum.
Right.
You want free stuff at that point. You got people coming from China. Okay, fine. You mean to tell me you couldn't go to no other country? You couldn't go to no countries in Europe? You couldn't go to no countries, other Asian countries? You got a lot of Arab states around there, not too far from China, right? Why are you coming way over here? You're in the African continent. Okay, well, something going on. You couldn't go to another African country? Not every African country got bad things going on. You're in Latin America. There's a lot of stable Latin American countries. I went to Costa Rica, last December. Costa Rica is nice. They didn't have nothing going on bad in Costa Rica. Y'all pass up Costa Rica to come up here to the United States?
Yeah.
No, man. No, they couldn't come up here. No. Not here. Not here. Not if I had anything to do with it.
Past the Guatemala.
Oh, you just being you don't want immigrants. No. You could come the legal way. You could make application, and once you go through the process, welcome to the United States of America. I'll shake your hand. You can come visit, and then you need to go right back. You know where you come from. You can't overstay your visa. That ain't happening.
Nicaragua, they passed
Nicaragua. But yeah, I mean all this illegal immigration. This was the Biden-Harris administration, and it is cost billions of dollars per year, ladies and gentlemen, billions of dollars per year. But yet they don't have money for reparations.
Yeah.
But the Boulay tell you that the Democrats is the closest. It's the only party that will give us reparations. You say you calling the X-Men? Okay.
All right, I'm gonna stop.
Yeah. That's another thing, Gary Mack. You're right.
Well, Chewbacca, I need you to stay for the next topic, and then you can go.
All right. Okay. What's the next topic?
The next topic is taking sides in others' wars. Should Black America take sides in other wars? But quick thoughts. What were your quick thoughts on this interview? This sham of an interview.
Okay. Well, Kamala.
Yeah.
She's nuts, man. She's drinking too much beer and drinking too much vodka. She's probably thinking she's still back in the 1980s smoking weed with Tupac.
Oh my God, listening to Tupac and Snoop Dogg weren't even around in the 80s. Making
precisely
music.
My point.
Yeah, Lady K, what about you? What are your thoughts on VP Harris? Or actually, this is not.
The only thing I didn't like about that interview was the Ukraine question. Other than that, I mean, I wasn't really monitoring the crowd like that. I could care less. But whether she was asked about the Ukraine thing, I didn't like that answer. Other than that, I really could care less because it's just all it's all quick propaganda for the election, you know. So I'm not really gonna pay attention to because she's not my speed. So that's how I feel.
All right, thank you for that, Lady Check. So moving along, we got Professor Black too, and he's gonna update us on should Black Americans take sides in other people's wars, meaning he's referring to what's happening in Israel or Palestine.
No, we got to be careful on that one.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. A little housekeeping first. Yes, I've gotten your personal messages informing me that many of you have been trying to send a Cash App within the last 24 hours, but instead you got a message that the transaction failed. For those of you who have wondered if I knew about it, had I gotten your messages, the answer is yes. The reason I hadn't responded is because I wanted to confirm if, first of all, this was happening, and if so, what's the cause? Well, it turns out the problem, predictably, is on Cash App's side, no surprise. After a lengthy process of communicating with their support team, who are mostly bots, I've been given the impression that the issue should be sorted by now. We'll keep our fingers crossed. All right, and now to the subject of this morning's briefing. And given the subject matter, I think it best to keep this morning's briefing brief. Everyone's been watching the steady drive towards the outbreak of hostility that we're seeing in the Middle East. I say outbreak of hostility because it was one side who chose this. You can't really say hostilities because that would be plural. Now, I've been telling you for several months now, Benjamin Netanyahu wants the war in Gaza to become a regional war. He needs it to become a regional war because prior to October 7th, he was the biggest story in Israel, and not for a good reason. In a very real sense, with their attack on October 7th, Hamas saved Benjamin Netanyahu because just 24 hours earlier, on October 6th, the biggest story in Israel was Benjamin Netanyahu's corruption trial and, of course, the pending protest over his attempts to neutralize the Israeli Supreme Court. Now, Benjamin Netanyahu and his boys, they didn't need to go hog wild against Gaza like they did. But Benjamin Netanyahu wanted to do that because he was desperate to try to get the public behind him. All those people who were in the streets by the hundreds of thousands protesting him, he was trying to find a way to consolidate their support behind him. And if there's one thing that all of Israeli society can agree on, it's that they don't like the Palestinians. He knew that, so as far as he was concerned, let's go ahead and just blow the place up. Let's make a big doggone mess out of it. And that will get me support, which it did. The higher the body count for the Palestinians gets, the more devastation that Benjamin Netanyahu has wreaked on Gaza, the higher his public approval rating has gone, although it has basically tapered off at this point. But nonetheless, he's in a better position now than he was in on October 6th, and for him, that's what really matters. But in the process of trying to quell any sort of opposition at home, he's bought himself even worse problems abroad. Because international condemnation has been the result of the war in Gaza, and Netanyahu's regime is so unpopular now internationally to the point that Israel's finally been investigated for genocide, and the ICC is pursuing the issue of arrest warrants against Netanyahu. When that occurred, the die was cast. It was bad enough before when Netanyahu was merely trying to stall for time to deal with his domestic detractors. He was hoping for a 2-year war in Gaza. He wanted at least 2 years because he figured that hopefully somewhere between 18 months and 2 years, he and his guys could get the prosecutors in Israel to forget about him, or they could buy time until his party could craft some legislation in the Knesset to get him off the hook. But now that this issue's gone international, the Knesset can't get rid of this for him. He's not going to be able to handle this behind closed doors in Tel Aviv. Now Netanyahu has a real problem. People who don't like him, who actually have the ability to do something about him if they can organize themselves. Prior to the ICJ investigation, Netanyahu's hope was for several months to stall until hopefully the Israeli people forgot, or the subject changed, or they got bored with him. But with South Africa bringing a case against Israel for genocide, the equation has changed. Netanyahu's gone from hope to now just launching any crackpot scheme he can to try to bring up some noise, anything to keep himself away from the hangman. When your enemies see you as fresh meat, the only way to save yourself is to throw them something fresher. Hence, a regional war. Netanyahu needs to manufacture an emergency of such magnitude and severity that everyone will be so busy trying to put out the inferno that he started that he can slither away under cover of chaos. That's his plan. But the usual border skirmish with Lebanon that Israel's used to, that won't be enough to help Netanyahu. He needs something big, something that could get totally out of hand. When the ICJ said that they were going to investigate Israel for genocide, that automatically made it a far bigger issue than anything that Putin was doing in Ukraine. Israel's usual talking points haven't worked. And in the process, Israel has revealed to everybody that the young generation, everybody who's at least under 40, are not with them. They simply don't have enough evangelical Christians or out-of-control Zionists to prop up their little regime. This is an existential crisis that they're facing, but it's not from Gaza or the Palestinians. It's from the people in the West who they're depending on for money and weapons to prop up their little experiment out there in the desert. Now, what does this have to do with black people in America? The answer, beyond the prospect of a regional war that the Kamala Harris White House will decide to jump into for no reason, it has nothing to do with us on either side. This isn't our fight. In fact, if the U.S. had stayed out of it, this thing would have sorted itself out decades ago. But there's something I noticed from a few otherwise well-meaning folks around here. Israel is undoubtedly a proxy army for the U.S., which means that they're basically a white supremacist adjacent element, and everything they do is for that purpose. So there's those who want to know why I'm not cheerleading for the Palestinians then. Well, because we live in a world defined by anti-black racism, and everybody wants a piece of that one. You even have a majority of so-called black people who have signed on to that devil's bargain or who would like to. So we need to understand that under these circumstances, the enemy of your enemy isn't always your friend at all. Even if there's a consensus now that the Israelis are the aggressors in this case, the problem happens to be that if the Palestinians were not over there in the Middle East, would they be Black America's friends? The past gives us the best answer to that question. The Brits said that they would wipe out the Irish. That's something they actually said that they would do. And yet, even during the Irish potato famine, when millions of Irish immigrants fled Ireland, where did they flee to? The U.S. Why? Because Black Americans had established the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. That way, when the Irish got here, they couldn't be forced into indentured servitude. They would also have the right to vote when they got here, as well as run for public office, things they couldn't do at home. So after we did all the heavy lifting, and we took all the blows and the dead bodies, we did all the hard work, other people waltzed in here where they're being handed all these things on a platter. And when the Irish got to the U.S., what did they do? Well, I'll tell you what they didn't do. They did not ally themselves with us. They didn't try to make friends with the black people who had laid the path for them. Instead, they immediately closed ranks with the same British cousins who were oppressing them in Ireland. And keep in mind, while the Irish were carrying out racial massacres like the draft riots and others against Black Americans in the U.S., they were still being oppressed and mistreated by the British back in Ireland at that exact same time. In fact, the Irish continued to be oppressed by the British until the 21st century. And yet, when they got to the U.S., they were every bit as racist as the Anglo-Saxons and Scots who came here before them. Nathan Forrest, the founder of the Ku Klux Klan, was of Irish descent, don't forget. America dropped 2 nuclear bombs on Japan, the only time in human history that nuclear weapons have actually been used in war. And yet, as soon as Japan surrendered, they got on the same team with white supremacy, and those immigrants who came to the U.S. couldn't wait to get on team anti-black. Same thing happened after the Korean and Vietnam Wars. So-called boat people came to the U.S. and began being racist as all get out against black people. Yeah, I don't want my tax dollars going to Israel's war machine. They're supposed to be a wealthy country to begin with. They claim anyway that they got one of the most robust tech sectors on the planet, though many of those Israeli tech people have left the country since the latest war started. So Israel doesn't need any foreign aid, and truth be told, they haven't needed it in decades. Should the U.S. defund Israel? Absolutely. All that money that the U.S. has been sending to Israel should be going toward black cash reparations. Truth be told, all of America's foreign aid to the Middle East has been nothing more than a political and economic contagion over there. What's going on in that region is ultimately a political problem. They're going to require a political solution, not a military one. But as long as somebody else is footing the bill for the Israeli army, then the Israelis have no incentive to negotiate because they have somebody else's money and weapons to play with. And as long as Daddy Warbucks in D.C. is footing the bill, why stop fighting? Wars usually come to an end for one of 3 reasons. The first, one side or the other runs out of land and has to concede, So once your enemy takes enough of your real estate, including your capital, you have to quit. This happened to Japan. The second reason that wars typically come to an end, one side or the other runs out of men to fight their war. General Curtis LeMay masterminded the firebombing of Japan as well as the nuclear bombing of the place, and he infamously said, war is killing people. When you kill enough of them, the other guy quits. And the third reason that wars come to an end is that one side or the other simply runs out of money. That's why the Cold War ended. The Russian economy simply ran out of gas. Of all the ways to end a war, bankrupting your opponent tends to be the least destructive. Once people can no longer depend on the bullet and the bomb to get their way, they have no choice but to sit down and negotiate. But white power is not about peace. It's about war. War is how white power took over the world, and it's how white power intends to keep it. So peace is simply not an option, no matter what they may claim publicly. And yes, I do think that more people are now seeing that the apocalyptic rhetoric that the Israelis have always traded in about Iran or any other country over there that they don't like, those claims are sounding exactly like what Benjamin Netanyahu and his ilk are doing. Out of control religious fanatics, hell-bent on using their army to dictate terms to as many people as possible, and of course threatening nuclear war if anyone tries to remove them from power. That doesn't sound so much like Iran as it sounds like Benjamin Netanyahu and his friends. It's like a mass shooter running around with a nuclear bomb. Let them kill everyone they want, or they'll just kill everyone. So that's my brief take on it. Family, there's tragedies all over the world, but there's no tragedy that's been categorically more ignored than ours. The Palestinians have been backed and funded and armed by numerous governments over the decades and political movements around the world. Yet here we are, in the belly of the beast, with everyone seeing our suffering, and who's been supporting us? Everyone's seen how we're being treated, and our oppression has been going on far longer than the Palestinians. You have survivors of the Tulsa Race Massacre being told that they're not entitled to justice for the crimes committed against them. I'd like to know where the UN delegates are who walk out on the US for that reason, or any reason at all. Nobody ever does that for us. But when Benjamin Netanyahu wanted to address the UN prior to what everyone knew was going to be a declaration of war against Lebanon, a large number of the delegates walked out in protest. A shame that they've never done that to the US on our behalf. No African despot, tin-horn tyrant, or head of state, however few of those there are, would ever go disrespecting the Palestinians. And yet those guys have had the nerve to talk trash about us. You got some guys over there who claim that they're coup leaders and they're revolutionaries, but how many of them have ever reached out to us? That's what I think about the coup leaders, including the ones in Niger. Family, we are a compassionate people, and compassion has its place. However, there's a lot of fights where there's simply no good guys for us to root for. And truth be told, what are we doing getting involved in other people's fights anyway? Right. And just for the record, what defines the difference between the good guys and the bad guys is whomever is on our side. As Black Americans, we keep trying to find these mythical non-white groups who are fighting white supremacy. People that we can sympathize with and I guess use as an avatar for ourselves. We're not armed to fight white supremacy where we are, to fight the military domination that we're under, so we're looking for proxies or people we can use as avatars for ourselves out there somewhere. Some Black Americans sympathize with the Filipinos when the U.S. invaded the Philippines at the turn of the 20th century, and reprobates like John Pershing, one of the most bloodthirsty white supremacists to ever live, was carrying out massacres there. Black Americans sympathize with the Filipinos. Some Black people were so moved by their plight, they went there to help them. But the Filipinos didn't reciprocate. In fact, you have Filipino immigrants like Michelle Malkin, who came to the U.S. and turned out to be one of the most blatantly anti-Black racists you can name. We sympathize with the Vietnamese. Muhammad Ali lost everything because he stood in solidarity with them. He stood on principle, and he wasn't going to go over there to kill them. As Ali himself put it, no Vietnamese ever called me nigger. Well, that was because they didn't live in the U.S. at the time, but as soon as the U.S. started letting them come immigrate here, they started calling Black people the N-word all the time and been doing it ever since. And the same for the Black-Brown Alliance, or as I call it, the alliance that never was. You had Africans fighting the U.S. Army in Somalia. And how did those Somalians treat us when they came to the U.S.? We keep trying to find friends. And some of us are so desperate that we begin looking at various fights around the globe, and we think that if we just root for the underdog, they will recognize our respect for them, and that will make them our friends. But it doesn't work. We are a group, and groups don't have friends. Groups have interests. Right. Everyone else will ask for our help. then misuse and abuse our history, our struggle, and try to co-opt our moral legitimacy. And then as soon as they get what they want, they give us the middle finger. We've been through this process too many times for some of us to still not get it at this late date. Every time white power goes somewhere and starts beating up on the locals, we keep looking for these examples of non-white people fighting the white supremacists so we can cheer them on. Now, there's plenty of groups and entities out there who white power targets and attacks, but we should never conflate the temporary turf wars by these other groups with the legitimate fight for justice that we and we alone have been waging. In every case, whether we get involved or not, these underdogs that we keep wanting to root for, they always turn out fine in the end. But you know who hasn't been turning out fine at all? You and me. No matter who wins, we always seem to lose. So rather than look around the world for underdogs abroad that we can cheer for, let's focus on the underdogs who nobody has ever rooted for and who nobody is championing. Us. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Arlaz, Gwendolyn Langston, Ginger Vine, Tyrone Leak, and Lamont Ingram. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
All right, Shabbat.
Do you hear that? Yeah, okay. Yeah, he was right on that. When Muhammad Ali did sacrifice everything, the prime of his career in boxing, and when we do the 50th anniversary of the Rumble in the Jungle, we most definitely will be mentioning that, is because Ali's words were as follows: I don't have no quarrel with the Viet Cong. The Viet Cong ain't never raped our women and castrated our men. The Viet Cong ain't never enslaved us, so go kill them for what? Okay, which was Ali's words. Ali says that I am not going no 7th and no 10,000 miles to fight in a war to go kill people. The white man is my enemy.
Right.
Those were Ali's words. And keep in mind that when I put that there up on my wall, I got a 30-day Facebook suspension, man, saying that was racist. I'm dead serious, Lady Che. I'm dead serious. That man said that the Viet Cong ain't never called me a nigga. They ain't never killed our babies. So go kill them for what? That's what he said. Muhammad Ali also went to the University of Texas, and they was calling him a nigger, a draft dodge, and all other kind of foul crap. Ali said, well, right, if I'm all that, if I'm going to go die, I'm prepared to die fighting one of you. How come you could hear a pin drop in a room when them fucking cowards shut up when they got hit with the real? So who is the true goddamn cowards? Then not to mention the fact you had white people, repeat, you had white people saying, hell no, we won't go. We won't die for Texaco, burning their draft cards. Did they take away their livelihoods? Did they threaten them with jail for 5 years of not going? The hypocrisy is real. You see? It is real. And then these fucking tethers got the goddamn audacity talking about, oh, I'm going through the medic, make money and all that. Motherfucker, we is the ones who went out there, like that sister said, they got hit with them fire hoses and the National Guard shooting us up for your black ass to come here to sit at a lunch counter.
Okay. This is fucked up.
See?
This is fucked up.
Yeah.
Really
So that's what I got to say on that one right there.
Okay.
This is fucked up.
Okay, Shabbat. Staying up late with us.
All right. Okay, so get with me tomorrow, man, because, hell, I'm so fucked up. What day of the week is it? Wednesday?
Thursday, you know.
Today is Thursday?
No, it's Wednesday.
Or Wednesday now.
I thought...
It's Wednesday, Shabbat.
I'm fucked up.
It's Wednesday, Shabbat.
Okay, well, we thank all our supporters and viewers. Please donate to us if you can. We're on a sinking ship. We taking on more water than a Titanic. We maintaining 3 platforms. We need help. Right. CASH, 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 cash. is what we need. And those who donate, hey, anything that you would like for us to mention, we'll be more than happy to do so. Hell, we even let you come up here and guest host. But we need help.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, we need help.
Yeah.
Because all three of these platforms we maintaining, and we're doing it off of a shoestring budget, and we're starving.
They have no budget at this point on this side.
Lady J, that's what I mean by we starving. We taking on water, just like the Titanic.
It's almost done.
Titanic.
So a couple more weeks, and that'll be we get a little break, from the campaigning.
Okay, yeah, I'm right there with you, Shabaka.
It's hard work, man. Hard fucking work.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, this is very hard work. We research. We got to argue with trolls. We get cussed out on our blog talk platform, arguing with idiots.
I didn't even see my Facebook page at all in like a month. At all.
So what, they got you restricted, Lady J?
Completely shadow banned. They have completely shadow banned. And I get it regularly.
That means
I can barely get on
that means I'm next.
Mm-hmm.
That means I'm next. See? Yep. So therefore, Black family, hey, we need your help out there.
I created a new Facebook page. I didn't even add nobody. That's how tedious I don't feel like doing it. I'm so tired of doing these constant tedious putting your shit and you get a new page and all that extra shit. I was like, man, you know what, man? Maybe it's for the best. TVA said not to get attached to shit we don't own. So, I just feel like when I want to share stuff, it's like each one teach one, try to share some shit. I can now not share anything on Twitter or Facebook. I don't even got a Facebook. And it just said they working on my shit. That's what it said. They're working on my shit. I was like, what the? There's nothing wrong with it.
That's a monkey wrench in the works.
Extra, read by line by line by line. You know what I mean? I hope they got a good gist of go fuck yourself. I hope they they read that thoroughly, in depth. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Treating it like that.
Yeah. Or Lady J, why don't you just tell them to shove ketchup up their asses and go put a banana in their mouth and join Al Sharp?
On Wednesday, I could give $2. It's shoulder shrug. I just am like, come on, man, like, just get it over with. You should just say, hey, look, we're gonna be shadow banning Black people on platforms, and for about 4 weeks, and maybe a week after that, just for the sake of argument. You know what I mean? And then to get an understanding, we find something else to do. But instead, they want to do it in the middle of the night when you sleep, or you're at work or whatever, you're not knowing, and then all of a sudden you decide, hey, maybe I should just post this, and you can't get on that shit at all because they're working on your site, just yours. Like, nobody else, just yours. And I'm like, it's because
So that means I'm next.
Yeah, he's like, God, is that the first time that's not white folk? Is that who knows?
And the fact of the matter is that we're gonna keep telling these motherfuckers about themselves because they ain't shit. Okay, look at this fiasco that's happening with the hurricanes. FEMA out of goddamn money, but yet though you got money for these goddamn migrants, but FEMA out of money
all year, or it's because we started calling her Homala, whatever else, and really analyzing every fucking moment, every movement she makes. What is it?
And like I say, if them motherfuckers go hood with the shit, take the goddamn National Guard down there with some fucking banana clips and lock and load and start busting some caps on them motherfuckers, I bet you that shit'll end real quick.
They're supposed to issue the card, Red Cross, then FEMA. I mean, there's supposed to be a whole bunch of people down there. It's not supposed to be so, like, isolated. They're supposed to be able to have some help. And, motherfuckers talking about I can't get around and FEMA. What the fuck is the National Guard for? They don't only work 1 week. out of the year.
No, but you're right, Lady Che. And then what they could do with it being a national emergency, they can get the National Guard of Florida, they can get the National Guard of North Carolina, National Guard of Georgia. Each state has a National Guard. Okay. Get the National Guard of Montana. Get the National Guard of Utah.
Listen,
National Guard of Missouri.
On the
You know?
FEMA thing, I'd be like, don't believe the hype. They can't be hiring people if they can't pay them.
And then on top of it too, see, Lady Tay, what you're exposing right there is prepackaged bullshit. This broad is up here is a damn lush, sitting up here drinking beer. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
The borders are.
Simple fucking ways to get us selectively outraged one way or the other. And in reality, we should just be the smarter motherfuckers and just go and not vote or vote for something else other than those two. Because at this point, the media plays games. They lie. They play games. It's all pandering and propaganda and shit to enrage or anger us. Like Trump's there to anger us, and her is there to propagate lies or pander and try to get black people to vote for. And it's all lies. That's all lies. Like the news only gives you 25% of the actual truth. You know what I mean? And then when you read the news,
if that much,
like this shit's fucked up. You know what I mean? And
if that much, Lady J.
Lies. Everybody's telling lies. And you can't know which way to look. But I just know that if I had to go with my gut or my conscience, I wouldn't vote for either of them, and I sure as fuck wouldn't follow them down. No motherfucking pathway of leadership. Either or. Both of them non-leaders. You know what I mean? So,
both these motherfuckers is incompetent.
Each direction, you gotta think about it.
One is senile and the other one is a damn bimbo.
It's not gonna be good. Either way.
Shit is crazy. All right, y'all. I'm gonna bid you good folks a good night. Okay. All right, because I gotta save this data. All right.
Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for having me on. And I'm going to give you guys a call tomorrow, and we'll take it from there.
All right.
Okay.
Shay handle the unhoused.
Nope, I'm going to sleep. And I can't. I don't have the what? No.
Yes, I'm about to pass
No, you got to do your thing. No, sir. If I do that, I'm supposed to do that here. Fine, all right, whatever. Whatever, go ahead and shut that down there. I didn't do that over there.
So thank you for tuning in.
He don't even give me a thank you after you drag it out for like 9
Thank you,
hours.
Lady Che, for tapping in the season 4, episode 28. Continuation of the Frontline Black News. We'll be back Saturday for schedule.
Well, yeah, you're right. We will be back by then, huh? Or you'll be back by then from the thing now.
Yeah. So in the meantime, make sure you like and subscribe to all our platforms. Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. And Shabbat Black Expansion Hands on Facebook and Twitter, now X.com. Appreciate everybody that tapped in.
Everybody.
Appreciate you, Twin. Appreciate you, Kari. Appreciate you, Jay Millie, Cuzzo, and
everybody.
You and that damn troll, Judah. So peace, love, light, reparations, separations, and black empowerment. Chan Kruma, Jesse Paris, House District 8 candidate on the ballot. The election is less than a month away. Ballots dropped this week. So get registered if you ain't already, and support me if you live in the state of Colorado for House District 8. Only black candidate on the ballot. The election is November 5th, 2025. So peace, love, light, reparations, and black empowerment from the Mile High Income and illegal migrant-affiliated city in the sundown town known as Aurora, Colorado, and the dump will be here on Friday.
And so she.
And Kamala will be in Denver at the same time. Peace.